Oh, at the microphone. Yeah, that works. Is it working? Is everything working?
Because Twitch wants to be first. YouTube doesn't mind, does it? But Twitch wants to be first. Does the quality look any worse on YouTube? The quality looks bad to me. Is that just me? Am I just... Oh, maybe it's because I'm playing 2 streams while streaming. Yeah, I think that may have improved the quality a bit. I can actually see it moving now. I get an email that's like, "You're streaming," yes. Oh, it still says Greece. That's not right. I need to, update that. Greece. It's not right. Where's my webcam? Let me see my webcam. Webcam's not. Doesn't seem to be any problems on Twitch. Problems on Twitch. Can you hear me okay? Am I talking? Is the mic maybe too quiet? Hello? Is that good? Let me know if you can hear me okay. Howdy from Busan. I've never heard of it, but Wikipedia says it's a city. The second biggest city besides Seoul in all of South Korea. Welcome. Did I open this or not? It's like not here anywhere. So, what the hell? Photoshop is crashing. Yeah, I can't get my webcam open because it's not opening for some reason. But I think I need Task Manager to help. Okay, that's gone. Now, what about Logitech? That's apparently open, but we need to close it and reopen it and try to fix that. Okay, now it looks like it's working. There we go. It's me. Cute! How are we doing? How's everyone? How's anyone? Good? Well? I like the background music. It's from Afterburner 2. It's a Sega game from 1987. Alright. This thing always shows the dog until I, like, do that. I have to, like, touch it. So, like, this webcam actually has a little privacy shade. That picture of a dog means that I put the shade up. But it's also... This thing is also so old that it's like stuck now. Even though I've taken off the shade, it still thinks I want privacy. So I have to like tap it. And then this little button comes up asking me to unshade. Like, why'd they make a physical shade if they're also going to detect that... Never mind. Like, the physical shade is the broken part, but it's like... The shade still goes on. Like, if I do it really fast, you can see... Anyway. It was like the only webcam I've ever seen that has a shade, and... That's kind of a cool invention, but... There's no way I probably won't be able to find a new one like that. Alright, so let me change the title of this to Beavis and Butthead Cookies. And yeah, I do have some coffee, so that's what I'm going with. Alright, so the point of this stream is not actually to model this cube, but actually to make cookie cutters based off of Beavis and Butthead. Here's what I've done so far. Backseating is welcome, because I've never done this before. But, so, Hanukkah is coming up, and I have access to a 3D printer. So, I was thinking I should make Beavis and Butthead cookies. From what I understand, you just need to make like a hole that you can push the cookie through, right? So that's what I'm gonna try and do, is just like make this into something you could use to like, it's a 3D printed 3D printer basically. It's basically a 3D printer that you can turn into cookies. This is all I have so far, and Beavis is not started. Alright, so yeah, I was making some grease pencil lines here, but I think instead I'm gonna get rid of those, and I'm going to make a plane, because like, oh my gosh, I need to look up another reference image for a cookie cutter, because I started this like a week ago and haven't looked at it since. Let me go to Thingiverse and look up cookie cutters. Yeah, sometimes they're just an outline, but I need a more complex one than that. They have faces and stuff. Some of these are multiple parts too. I wonder what would be the best way to do this. Should I do just one piece? And how do you like... Let me try and find one that's just one piece, because I've seen those. But you need to, like, make a hole to push the cookie through. And, like, I think the hole would have to be here. So you can do it so much easier. If you get a vector SVG of what you want, you can convert it to an STL for a printer and manipulate it from there. True, but... Yeah, I don't know how to do that, so I didn't. Thought this would be faster than figuring out that. And look, I know, I already knew you could do that, but I didn't feel like figuring it out. This has to be handmade with love, okay? That's what this is about. It's like, there are those like relaxing cleaning videos on YouTube. You could say, bro, just buy a new one. Or, I don't know, maybe he wanted to make something with his hands. Or, you know what? It's better to just, like, use one of these pieces. Like, I had to change Butthead's expression anyway. He can't be looking like this. He has to have his mouth open. That's what's natural. What would Beavis and Butthead think this game is cool? This is cool. Afterburner 2, it's like there's like real weapons from real life in this game. They think that's cool. Although I don't know. I feel like by today's standards, this is like kind of crazy to think that anyone thought it was cool. I think it's cool though, and I was not a Sega fan. It's just that when you write music for the Genesis and you know what you're doing, it's got like, I guess it has like the limitations are worked around, so it sounds really good. Something dumb. Man, I've just been like reading about history and shit lately. Man, everything's weird. Like, oh God, where do I even begin? I'm still like piecing this all together. It's like just like the various art movements that coincided with like historical moments, like World War I and II, and like the art movements that were going on then. Picasso is there for like everything. And like I didn't even know anything about Spain during the World Wars. I had no idea they weren't even involved, but they had their own like, man, they only teach you about World War II in history. I feel like I remember hearing a little bit about the Spanish Civil War in art history because Picasso, but like anyway. What I'm trying to get to is, like, the Italian fascists were good artists. They believed in violence. They thought violence was aesthetic. I don't know. I feel like he was like anti-war, but Picasso also depicted violence in his work. And I'm like, it's weird that there are so many similar movements all around the world. Like I was reading about this guy, this Marinara. He like this. There was this guy Marinetti. He was almost like Hitler. Like, you know, Mussolini was like Italy's Hitler, right? But this guy, he was like an artist, and like he was also one of the leading members of the fascist party. And like the art of fascist Italy was called Futurism, and it was all just like, it was like, you know, glorified violence. It was cubist and surrealist. And I was reading about the Memphis group, that it was founded by these fascist guys. The Memphis group is like this like, if you've ever seen something that was like the 80s or the 90s, it was that. It was like, you know the like look. Anyway, I'm just thinking about this. This is all hitting me at once. That like the prevailing art styles and like architecture styles of the 80s and 90s were from these guys who fought for the Axis powers. I mean, look up Futurism. It's cool. It's like, it's similar to like what Duchamp was doing, but with more violence, I guess. But like, it feels as if mainstream culture had adopted this violence or something, like Pee-wee's Playhouse is that kind of look, basically. It's like everything is colorful and like whimsical. I'm not saying it's not the same exact art movement that grew out of Futurism, because like even Picasso, who was a person, lived through and defined more than one art movement. I just think it's really interesting that like the foundation was Futurism. We kind of gloss over that in history. Not in art history, but in history. Like, what the hell? My mom was obsessed with this guy, Michael Graves, and bought all of his designs. And he was part of the Memphis group, and I just learned that. It's like, there was like a lot of abstract art in like the 20s that this is kind of bringing back. Like surrealism had kind of like come and gone. I feel like we got surrealism back shortly after that. Like, what do you think? What do you call Lisa Frank's work? Is that surrealism? Okay, I'm gonna do every single one of these by hand. That's just the way it has to be. I don't think it'll actually be that difficult. Just don't scale it like that. Let's see how fast I get frustrated doing this. Okay, backseating is welcome. Question. Do I have to fill these, do I have to weld these little seams, or will the 3D printer not be mad about this? That's like a tiny little detail. I'll come back to that after figuring it out. Well, yeah, I don't know. Maybe from now on I'll just extrude it like this. Okay, that can just do that, right? And just like widen that one when I'm ready. Do you support Hitler? Oh yeah, I was talking about how this guy, Marinetti, was like Italy's Hitler. Because he was an artist. Like, Mussolini, as far as I know, was not an artist. I mean, there were good artists in that movement. Whatever you think of their politics. Well, yeah, I don't know. I feel like no matter what your ideology was, you were headed towards authoritarianism, right? Yeah, I mean, Hitler was probably the leader of them, but by no means was he the only one. I think so. Like, this guy Marinetti was like, he said he made a cookbook because he believed that pasta was making everyone lazy. My source for this info is from YouTube videos. So I also don't believe it, but probably happened, yeah, because you know, there exists a cookbook that was written by him. That's really funny to me, the idea of Hitler cooking. I did do that in my cartoon. Had Hitler making food. The only thing I didn't do was have Hitler wearing a gigantic chef's hat, which probably would have made it funnier. Would that have been too far, or would that have been funny? Because they did that in a propaganda film. There was this series of very short, like 15, 20-second long animations from Great Britain about Hitler and his allies that I think is pretty good. And like in the cartoon, Hitler wears like a big chef's hat while he's like stirring a big bowl of pudding. And like the ingredients he's putting in are like he's like putting like poison into the pudding. Yeah, I mean, this might not be going so bad. I think Beavis will be a little bit less of a pain in the ass. Yeah, also these details don't have to be this precise. It could be a little fuckery. Because these are going to be pretty small, these models. They're going to be small, like, in real life. Oops. Wrong button. Excuse me. Alright, now's a good time to save this. Literal cookie cutter content. Yeah, making a literal cookie cutter. How come I chose this as the placement for the camera? Oh, maybe I just didn't actually place the camera. I keep pressing F4 just like... Oh, actually, wait, what am I doing? I could put it like facing like that and just like put it at 0, right? Yeah, that's it. Okay, so now I can switch between this and that. And also have top view of it. Oh yeah, that's maybe pretty good. That way I can see which parts are like finished. Is this gonna be a problem? Because like I just noticed that this is a fucking hole. Well, I think that that part's not gonna go all the way into the cookie though, right? It's gonna go like halfway to the cookie. So it's just gonna make an impression. It's not gonna cut through it. But like, how are you supposed to get the cookie out of that? I might fill that part in, because I don't think you could leave holes, can you? It's gotta like be able to come out of the cookie. Like, you're gonna be able to push the cookie out with your finger. Like, you can like peel it from here, and you can like push it through here, because Is that gonna work too? Well, yeah, there has to be like literally splitting hairs. I know, right? I want this cookie to turn out right. Well, yeah, like I'm hoping that these are gonna lift up correctly once you press them in. These details are like tiny though. I've not 3D printed anything in a long time, so I have no idea what the like level of detail can be like. Like if I really have to, I can increase these eyes a bit. Like, I think I could probably nearly double the size of the eyes. Well, no. The eyes being small is what's funny, so like, oh yeah, also I can't even do that. I have to do it like this. And just like move that closer. I mean, that's like, that looks pretty bad, I think. Them being small is funnier. Yeah, maybe I should like start Beavis, because I haven't begun him. Oh man, I want him to be standardized with butthead, so I might make him out of butthead, just so it's got like the same thickness and all that. No, it's done playing again. With melody, this is the last track, but we just heard the song. Ba, 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 da, ba, 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 ba. So sorry. Oh, so sorry. Happy. It looks like, oh my god, no! Why did they like flare it out? Oh, maybe it's because the camera is like a perspective camera. So why is Futurism about violence? I feel like our version of this was like Walt Disney. We had a Hitler. And you know what? Our Hitler won. But Hitler was different though. Hitler's art style was nothing like this. He wasn't, I mean, there was an essence to it. Like, there is some of it there, but I think it's mostly classical, the Nazis' art style, right? Like, there's like a lot of eagles, and some of those eagles are kind of Futurism looking, but not all of them. I feel like they were going for something traditional, not like especially like new. Like here, let me find an example. When making literally Hitler, Nazi. I looked up an image of a Nazi dagger, and let's see if I can find the same one. So like, here, before, I haven't found it yet, but like, here are some other examples. This is an example of a more traditional looking one. This one, I think, is a little closer. And then this one, even closer than that. And then the one I had Hitler holding was... Oh my god, there's too many of these. Not this one either. But this is close. The one I gave Hitler was like a really stylized looking bird. Where is it though? Like, we had a version of that too, right? We had Art Deco, which is like the words I would use to describe the bird. It was like an Art Deco looking bird. Wait, is that it? No. This is somebody's 3D model. That's not even a real thing. Where's the one I gave Hitler? Maybe it was like Hitler's actual dagger? Maybe I need to look up Hitler to find it. Where's the bird? Where's the bad bird? This is another kind of more stylized eagle. But like, the one I'm looking for was like the others where the hilt was made of wings like that. Wait. Look on Nazi Eagle Dagger on Google instead. Oh my god, I'm sorry this is taking so long. I just wanted to pop over for 5 seconds and still haven't found it. Although I have my cartoon that I could just like look up and you can see the drawing I did of it. Everyone I don't like is literally Hitler. Oh, here we go. Yeah, it's like, it's pretty small, but here, I'll zoom in on it. So, like, Hitler's got this dagger in his hand, right? And then if you, like, clip that, and then, like, turn it upside down, then you can get a better look at the bird. So it's just like, there was a real dagger that looked exactly like this, that I basically just traced. You see how, like, the bird is really simplified? Yeah, that's all I was trying to get at. This idea that, it wasn't just fascist and authoritarian nations doing this, but it seems to have originated from that. Now look, I'm not saying that this has anything to do with, like, Rocco from Rocco's Modern Life shirt. It's just that they both originated from the same idea. That we need to destroy this world and rebuild it with violence. Or I guess maybe destroy the world with violence and then rebuild it as futuristic. Like, you look up 1990 design and you get, like, these things. So, like, what was his name, though? The Memphis guy. Ettore Sotsas. I don't know if that's how you pronounce his name, but he fought in World War II for Italy. And then it looks like there was a lot of art groups like this back then, so he made one. Wait, so are they not actually from Memphis? No, they're I see. So he actually didn't leave Italy. So this was like, oh my god, this is even, my understanding of this isn't even what I thought. I thought it was like they took it to America and established themselves in Memphis. No, that's not what they did. They just named it after a Bob Dylan song. Well, fuck you then. But either way, it spread like wildfire through America, so it doesn't matter. Did you actually modify Flash 8 to have teal headers, or is that a stream filter? Teal headers? Oh, there is like a thing that is like overlaid over my everything. It's just like water. Like if that's not the thing. There's too many things to remove. Otherwise I'd get rid of it and show you. That's the dog. That's the window. I feel like it should be up here somewhere. No, the dogs are actually above that. The spin, no. This is like birds. DDR. I still have the DDR up there from a long time ago. Oh yeah, the ceiling fan. Look at all this crapola. Maybe all these things are actually over the... Oh yeah, and there's the Moai heads. Anyway, I did not modify Flash 8. did not modify Flash 8. Sexual relationships with my wife. I bet that was the joke they were making, right? At the time, during the like Monica Lewinsky scandal. I don't know. That's just what I'm imagining. That like Bill Clinton. The joke on everyone's mind was Bill Clinton denies having sex with Hillary. Right? I don't know. I'd be a terrible boomer comic artist. Made Beavis from out of Butthead, just like Adam and Eve. God made you out of my bone. And like Butthead would just be like, bone. You said bone. Oh, but anyway, the point I was trying to make with all this like art history shit is just that like certain art movements are like unstoppable, right? Like all those authoritarian countries got crushed, but we still love them, don't we? No, I don't know. We pretend like we don't, but like everyone has their fucking canceled fave, and they don't want to admit it, but whenever you're like, I miss the 90s, you really miss some fascist guy and his art movement. I mean, I think that's, not really true, but it's just funny to say that. It's funny to make fun of a guy for being a Look, there's plenty of good fascist artists out there, like Emily Yukis, although I feel as if fascism has ruined her art as well, unfortunately. I think behind every fascist is just like a mental patient. Like, this guy just wanted to be all future-y. and he was trying to tell people how to eat. But why the glorification of violence? And why do we have such glorification of violence? Is it because we're no different? Because let's be honest, a lot of these countries had a lot of the same shit going on, right? Germany and Italy were becoming more authoritarian, and so is Spain. And Spain, you know, Picasso didn't like war, but he depicted the violence very similarly, using like abstracted cubist images. And like, I'm seeing how this feeds into our time period now, because there's like a lot of influence from that movement in a lot of our stuff. It was like a dog running. It's really cute. There's a dachshund running, and that's a famous futurist painting. It's like a dachshund in motion. Like they had something about like forms in motion that like they were trying to convey stuff that were in motion. The art world was crazy at the turn of the century. Like, Picasso's stuff from, like, 1910 looks way newer, I think. Okay, Beavis's head outline looks good. I feel like even Beavis's eyebrows are very reminiscent of the Memphis style. Like a squiggle. It's like the CalArt style. It's like you can't get away from it. Yeah, I mean, look, I mean, the people who made Sony also fought for the Axis powers. The founders of Sony were, like, missile engineers who got rich selling portable stereos and radios and shit. Yeah, this is relaxing. This is why I didn't want to just, like, do it with a SVG. Figured there'd be a lot of editing anyway. That's not good. Alright, let me remove these and then just like, or actually let me just extrude those so that they're all like, Or can I just do this? Shut up, butthole. Shut up, dumbass. Do this without bottom is less important because I can just like boolean that to be straight for both. Let me just make sure that none of the faces are flipped around or anything like that. No, damn it! Why is it not fill hole? This thing is no, that is filled. Alright, well this is annoying. Maybe I can just like do this instead. Yeah, this might be easier. And then just merge on the other side. Is still not. No. Shit wagon. Just gonna delete these and start the fuck over. Blow me already. Go with plan A, as in plan A, go fuck yourself. Where's Daria? Maybe if there's time I can do Daria, but I feel like I'm already running out of time to make Beavis and Butthead. Like, I'm also anticipating the possibility of these cookies not turning out very well. I'm so fucking paranoid now. This shit's not gonna work. Oh yeah, this I can't use because this is like perspective cam. That's it. That's more like it. Yeah, there and there and there is good. Wait, can I use this? The tweak tool without like no. Saving time here. That's not what this is about. This is about making this Hanukkah special with Beavis and Butthead cookies. Yes, seriously. That's what I think of, right? I guess. I guess that's what makes me think of Hanukkah is Beavis and Butthead cookies. Beavis and Butthead are definitely not Jewish. Neither is Mike Judge, or probably not even anyone who worked on Beavis and Butthead. And, like, it would actually be kind of funny if Beavis and Butthead were having their bar mitzvah, but I just want regular Beavis and Butthead. I'm not gonna try and force it to be Jewish in any way. It doesn't actually need that. Beavis and Butthead in various costumes will always be funny, though. Like, Beavis and Butthead at their bar mitzvah should be the next one. Why no Webcam? No Webcam? There we go. Hey, Batman. What are your parents getting you for Christmas? My parents are Jewish! So, here's a AI prompt for you. Batman movie where he's Jewish, and it's good. right? Like, you can't just do that. You have to make it good, too. It has to be like, everyone needs to be like, Batman's Jewish? Well, I guess it makes sense. He's from New York. Although New York doesn't exist in Batman, so maybe neither do the Jewish people. Was the Batman creator an anti-Semite? Would he be mad if you made Batman Jewish? What if the Joker was also Jewish? Let's do that. Merge, not normals, just at last. Wait, I don't even remember which one I selected first. Oh, okay. It tells you the white one is the one you selected most recently. So, same deal like that. Same deal like that. And, finally, like that. Alright. Good enough. This is cool. We're gonna score. Ow. That's always a funny gag when he says ow and then laughs. Is it even possible to parody Beavis and Butthead? Because, like, Tiny Toons did a stupid joke about Beavis and Butthead, but it wasn't successful in my opinion. Like, they did a joke where Ren and Stimpy appear, but they're like different kinds of animals. I forget if it was Tiny Toons or Animaniacs. They're, you know, same idea. And the like fake Red sees the fake Butthead and is like, "You lousy excuse for a cartoon," which I feel like John K. would probably feel that way if he and Mike Judge didn't get along, which I know that they did. No, he's never said anything bad about Beavis and Butthead. He only thinks that Tiny Toons is bad because they didn't hire him. Like, the people who made Tiny Toons are just like John. They're desperate to be part of something that like made them, right? Like something that influenced them, like Looney Tunes. They were like, this is great, now we can make our own fucking version of this, right? But then let John work for it. And from what I've heard, he hates Animaniacs, which, you know, I think I also hate Animaniacs. Tiny Toons I liked as a kid. I thought the summer vacation movie was good. I hope you're not going to be able to see the like segments too clearly. I mean, probably not. Look how small they would be. Oh my god. How is this looking? Is this gonna work? I don't bake that many cookies, but I asked the baker in chief if these small details are going to be an issue, and he said that I think he said that if you make shortbread cookies, it should be fine. Pardon me. This is so much fun. I just hope it actually turns out. Yeah, I mean, I think things are crazy for the art world now. Like, just like 50 years ago, digital art changed everything, and now we're going through like all this with like AI art, like NFTs that are produced by an AI, and they're supposedly worth millions. Who the fuck knows what happens next? Oh no. I guess we'll have to get there first. Cause I probably couldn't have predicted any of this shit. Like, look, if you asked me like 5 years ago, or maybe a little longer, like 10 years ago, if I think computers are going to replace artists eventually, I'd say it's still like 20 years off. But then that would mean it's 10 years off now, and I don't think it's that far away. I mean, I guess it depends on the type of art. Like, I was also, in the videos I was watching about these art movements, like surrealism, like a big part of it had to do with the creation of photography. This was like from the 1900s to like the 1920s that surrealism was like at its biggest, right? Like this is when photography was like really just like it fitted itself into life. Like all news had to have photos now. There was a war going on. There's actual video of it. So like, what are you supposed to do if you're an artist? Let's say you're like Picasso. You make oil paintings. Now we're suddenly in an age, it's nothing like today, but we're in an age of mass reproduction of art. I mean, it kind of existed, but not like this. fucking music. Also, why is this even like here? Oh, I guess zooming in might make it. Look how they're coming together. They're taking shape. It looks good from far away right now. I feel like this eye needs a little bit more. Yeah, like this shit needs to be out a little bit more. Yeah, this needs to be further out. Like, I'm sure a lot of people had to change what they did, and some people probably didn't. You know, like they just died in World War I. Who knows? Like, let's say you were like you've been painting for decades, and suddenly the camera makes it unnecessary. Like, there was a time when that was needed, and that time just like, well, get ready. It's possible that it could just like happen exactly that way again. But I think you can adapt still and figure something else out. I mean, I don't think that digital painting has come to an end or anything. I think we still need people to be doing things by hand. Like, you see how I'm doing this by hand? It's because maybe because I'm nuts, but I think that there is a certain, like, there's like a mystical quality to doing something with all of its imperfections like this. Oh my god, these things are not aligned at all. That's like not a good imperfection though. Are they not aligned, or does it just look like that from this viewport? Yeah, I mean, they appear to be off a bit. Like, flared. Well, I did just say how great imperfections were. Like, I do think that there is a certain importance to things done by hand. I almost always opt to do something the hard way, and I don't really know why. I think it's because I think there is a mysticism to doing it with your soul, as opposed to like quickly, dirtily. Well, like, you know how people get really mad when they notice, like, that's AI. It's because, like, they wanted the artist to do it, right? Something like that. It's like kind of missing the whole point for a lot of people if you didn't actually make it. I guess I disagree with that. But I think that if it's not made by hand, if it is made by hand, it'll definitely have more personality for now. It's just that every drawing of Beavis and Butthead is exactly the same, and that's what makes it funny. I guess I think maybe just like I should do it manually because I don't know, I like looking at these drawings for this long. I like seeing stuff like this like 2D, 3D model of Beavis coming together. Well, yeah, like I feel like that's not a bad argument for human art, is that it's fun for the artist. It just kind of gets in the way with the like, it's my job and I need to get paid for it part. People don't usually respect you if you like doing your job this much. I mean, this isn't really my job. I just in a very small sense it is, because like I'm looking for stuff to do on stream so that I can make $5 doing a stream. He's looking so far. I'm getting very worried about how far it seems to be like flared. It's just because I'm looking through the camera, though. Okay, yeah, that was it. It was just because I was looking through the camera. It's not actually flared that much. It probably won't be noticeable, right? Alright, let me attempt to do the, like... Before I get started on, like, more of the details, let me try to make this part happen, like right here. I need these details to be like on a thing together like this, right? So I would probably do it like this. Oops. Right, I have to get into the habit of like just scaling things up axis by axis. Alright, now I think I'm gonna subdivide. Okay, is that good? Yeah. Yeah, this is gonna put the alpha back on for this. That's better. Extend this just a little bit. I'm not used to making real objects, so if I can conserve a little bit of filament, making a smaller thing, then maybe I should. Yeah. Let's see. I'll try to get all the stuff on it now, and then economize. I feel like it shouldn't be like on the edge. It should extend just a bit. And then the hair would have to be its own piece. Oops. Copy and paste. And then just like do the whole hairline. To be higher, like yeah, I'll figure out that, and then just do the basic shape for now. Well, yeah, it's gotta be, they have to have depth to them as well, so we extrude these. Alright. Now, let's, well, actually, maybe I'll wait. I'll hold off on doing that. Before let me first get more of this this hair done. Yeah, it's easier because I could just like click instead of having to select the entire thing, which is annoying. Okay, I actually have to do this again, don't I? Well, not necessarily. I could just like have it go into it a little bit, right? Well, I still need to add detail. I feel like another subdivision might was like in perspective when I'm moving this shit. Because if I'm in perspective, that means that everything is going to be fucked up, like the z-axis and all that. Let me just start from here. Then, sorry. I don't know why I'm saying sorry to myself. Sorry. Jeez. God. Sorry. I thought I was sorry. Jeez. Oh yeah, this is actually getting in the way. Let me move this. Probably doesn't need to extend out quite as far, right? Really do like that or something like that. Like, could just have buttheads face go like that, maybe. Yeah, that'd save a little bit of filament. I would like it to be just teensy bit further out. Yeah, this is all also wasted, right? I don't actually need all of that, do I? And even this could probably cut into that a bit, like that. Drag that just a bit out, like that. There, that's good. Put this like that instead. Maybe even like no. Well, I feel like that needs to be hooked onto this side, so let's keep that like that. And then maybe instead just do this. I could add another point as well with the knife. And then just do that. Should it connect to the other side? Should the hair be like different depth? I could make like a bridge, like a thin piece of material. Maybe this should be strengthened a little bit more, actually. Just like straight lines like that instead. And then maybe some supports if that's necessary. it's gonna be reversed when you make a cookie of it. So I gotta flip them before finishing it. Don't let me forget. Patience for people who interrupt me while I'm busy doing nothing. As if Beavis and Butthead could be any more alpha. I feel like this is sort of good. Let me turn off opacity or on opacity. Well, yeah, I guess like the hair, these bits will not go all the way through, so they're not gonna cut the cookie, but they need to you need to be able to pull them out without ruining their eyes. I feel like these eyes should be welded. Maybe, I mean, I guess like if they don't look quite right, we can maybe use like a hot glue gun to fix some of it. Like, is it possible to? Will you be 3D printing them? Yeah, that's what that's the plan, to make 3D printed 3D printers. But yeah, like I actually don't have a clue whether or not those details are gonna look right. I've never done this before, so it might be a disaster. We'll have to find out. Find out after Hanukkah. I mean, just because something saves time and looks fine doesn't mean you should do it. I guess I have complicated feelings about this because I do think some things should be replaced by AI, right? Like, let's say you were just like some schmo who needed a logo. Are you really gonna pay someone like $200 to, like, that's not even a lot of money, but you also don't have it because your business hasn't even begun. So like, I don't really feel like if those people are generating a logo, I don't really feel like that much was lost. The people drawing that logo are being paid very much, and it's like not very much to the person getting it, and it's a lot for the person giving it. You know how like people are like, oh, could you draw me a logo? And then like if you ask for any amount of money at all, they freak out. Like they don't have that. They don't understand that art takes money. So like if they just want to like sidestep that entirely, I feel like this wasn't a great business to begin with, so I'm not like worried about it fading away. There's plenty of porn that people need a human to make, right? Well, I don't know. It's getting good at that. Turn on. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, like, not only do I want to save space for, not only do I want to save filament, I also want to, have enough area for your finger to fit through so you can push the cookie through after you stamp it. So, like, it would be like this, right? And you go, well, I gotta, like, put the bottom on. Like, I need to extrude this thing, so it's like the, now, will that part of the face be like, yeah, like this bottom needs to be pulled down to where this is. Oh, wait, maybe there's an easy way to do that, just like, Okay, just like select these and pull them up. Yeah, like everything below, like that. But what's this? Is this part not connected? Oh, it's Beavis's parts. So I gotta do those as well. And then just pull them like roughly there, right? Might need to be a little bit more precise than that. It just needs to fit into the like extruded this piece. Yeah, that's good. It's like just barely clipping through now. And when this is extruded, you probably shouldn't even see that. Alright, I suppose I could try extruding this now. I guess it, like, maybe shouldn't be in the center like that? Maybe maybe this needs to come up a bit, like... Or rather, it should be in the center, as in not on the bottom like that. Is it time to extrude this? No. Wait, maybe. Extrude it down like that. Yeah, so it covers the pieces that were exposed. They don't need to be redrawn on the back like that. Oh shit. This model can be done in one piece, right? It doesn't need to be a few different pieces. Well, I don't know. Probably one piece. But like this, I feel needs to be in the center like that. Elevate them to the same level so I don't lose them. Yeah, I think they need to be in the middle of it so that like how deep is it for the, like how big is the cookie then? Like there. Like a little bit lower than I had it. I don't know. Not really sure if we have the materials or the time to do multiple prints. Might need to do one and done. I mean, this is getting there. Oh, I didn't finish that. All right, I can just like do this. Can I sheep out here? This is concerning. Oh, I see. It's because of this thing. I knife this. Does it knife everything? No. That's why I was using this thing. I'm not sure if they need to be like made into a union for this to print. Not know, but I'll deal with that when the time comes. For now, need to give Butthead his ear. Give him a bunch of segments so I can sculpt a little ear. I think that needs to anchor the rest of them like that. Oh my gosh. This goes out so far. Thinking about the next Adrian Victor. I don't have it just yet, but I'm feeling something brewing. these cookies. Well, when I'm done, I can upload them so that you can make your own. If you've got a 3D printer at home, you can make your own version of these. Yeah, I mean, I believe it's safe to make cookie printers out of these things. Just make sure they're nice and clean. Make sure there's no like leftover 3D printing fibers on your cookie before you bake it. Stop. It's not letting me select all of them. Let me do like that. Yeah, that's more like it. So then I guess I want to extrude up. And then okay, and then extrude again, and then like that. Is that what I want? Or maybe just do the same exact thing again, where you just like skim the top. You get nothing but the top layer. I see something that I shouldn't see. It's okay. It doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to be close. Do for the stamp. You can totally see the other side of his face. Oh my gosh, that's creepy. Oh wait, that's just the texture from the image, never mind. Oh my multi-streaming is worth it. Anybody on Twitch watching? Alright, it says there's a bunch of people in here. Your mother? I'm gonna replace that because that's very offensive that I had your mother written on Twitch. Art, animation, 3D, cool. Backseating, okay. So, like, is there a reason why a cookie cutter needs to, like, flare out like that? Or can I just, like, not use it? Oh, wait. It actually tells you which is the top. So it's kind of important, doesn't it? Like, well, I mean, you're not an idiot. You can tell that this is not the part you stamp it into. But it's just, like, from far away you can tell easier, right? Or something like that. Let me look at some other cookie cutters. Because a lot of them seem to have that, but let's see, like layered cookie cutters. I don't know how to maybe just like 3D cookie cutters. Yeah, like this one has. Instead of a flat thing like this, it just has like some bars. I guess I decided that I would, I suppose I could do that. What would be best? This or like vertical and horizontal lines holding in his face pieces? I feel like this is easier to fix if it breaks. It uses more filament though, so I'm not sure. Beavis is right, he has details here too. Like, does the hair need to be, well, I kind of thought the hair could be like a different height from the details on the face. Like the hair could be its own part of the stamp. Like I could even extend the hair down, maybe. Is that my computer making that noise? Was that you? Or why the sound? How is this looking? Has anyone ever made a 3D stamp before? Because this is my first time. I don't know if it's gonna work. Just look up 3D cookie cutter printing.
Alrighty, hello students. This is a tutorial to make a cookie cutter.
A tutorial?
Very similar to this kind of design. The design has two elements. It has a cookie cutter, which you use to cut the shape.
I think it's actually the opposite, so that you don't cut your finger, or you don't cut your hand pressing into it.
It should look like
I did this wrong. I put the flare on the wrong side. So let me undo that.
The first thing you'll need is Fusion 360. You will need Adobe Illustrator.
Yeah, it's so. I think it's so that your hand doesn't get all like. So like this actually does, I think, need to be as smooth as possible.
Illustrator and Fusion 360.
Although I think I wanted that lower so that the imprint would be lower as well.
Righto, first things first, our drawing.
Although I
Your
kind
drawing
of.
does not need to be super
How
complicated.
deep does it
In
need
fact,
to be?
simpler,
These
better.
eyes.
The drawing needs to be done in thick black lines. So if you're doing it on paper, and skip.
Alright, let's skip to the 3D model of it.
Create a new file. Check if the file.
I mean, this looks less like it'll fuck up. Although, actually, this one looks harder to get out. There's only like a tiny little hole. That's actually a hole in the design. I didn't. Oh, but I don't want. Do I need to make two pieces then? Like, do I need to make the face a different piece? So that, well, like, does there need to be a back to this one so that this piece is like, or does this need to just like extend fully? Oh man. I guess. I guess the dough is gonna be rolled out with a rolling pin. So maybe I shouldn't worry about, yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't need to worry about being the right height. And then this will, well, but, is that going to be noticeable? Oh my god, this is tough. I actually don't know. Let me make a duplicate of this. And, mess with it a little bit. Like, let's just like join this whole thing. Or wait, it's already joined? No. This and this can be joined. Alright, so now it's an object. And here is, I haven't heard this song in a long time, but it used to play constantly. Let's do a Boolean. Boolean, whatever. Was this, did I need this thing for something? Do I have to like put it in? Would it be like that? Oh wait, no, it's not here. It would be here. Wrong way. your opinion, what was your greatest cartoon? Greatest cartoon ever? Think about it. So like, I feel like it needs to. I needed to impress into it, just not enough to like cut through it, or, like go through it, like so it doesn't go fully into it, and it doesn't start right. Like I'm thinking, like it, like Butthead's face should not be pressed into by this thing. Oh, but like it's pressing from the other side, so like what am I? Yeah, I mean like it shouldn't be pressed into by this thing on this side. But the hair I wanted to press into? Oh my god. I might need to like... need to think. Gotta fill up my water. Me stupid, not know how to. Right, like I'm thinking maybe this needs to be a separate object from this stuff. As annoying as that would be to have to make two. It's just like, I think it's just too many specific details. I might be wrong. Oh yeah, I mean it presses into it. think I got this right. I guess we'll just have to see. Delete these and get back to work on the hair. Alright. Let me actually copy. Can I like copy and paste that onto this Beavis? It doesn't let you copy into edit mode. Anyway, I could just like duplicate this and then delete everything except this. Beavis' hair is like less detailed. Maybe it doesn't actually need to be. By the way, I don't actually need that piece if I do this. Okay, that didn't actually work. That's what I was trying to do. Fill hole. There we go. So now I can just like do this. Wait, not like that. Like that. I mean, yeah, sort of like that. And then another one over there. Just for these small amounts of Beavis's details. Oh man, this camera's actually blocking my view. Delete? rid of all these hair. All these lines for hair. Oh, I see. He's got a piece here too. How's that look? Turn this off for a sec. Turn this off. Turn this off. Oh my god. Everything's off. Oh shit, yeah. There needs to be a line from here to there. And, well, this, maybe it could just be like that. It's connected to this. Yeah, this and this should be connected to something that gives them more structure. This, yeah, this too, I think. Be right back. just remade your video using AI. Don't sue me. Nah, that's fine. Should I sue you? It's just not perfect is the thing. I mean, maybe the other side is. I don't know how to like fix that in this. Yeah, I don't know. Because like in 3ds Max, what I would do was I just like use the plane to cut a straight line, and then in Maya, or I think I also just like, damn it, stop it. I mean, it's possible that we could just like take some sandpaper and file it down. On like, yeah, just get a flat surface and then file it until the whole thing is uniform. The AI storytelling channel, did you upload your video to that? This is over. Let's change the channel. Here it is, the AI storytelling.
In a festive twist, the Among Us crew discovers a mysterious holiday gift floating in their spaceship, sparking joy.
No. Oh, here it is. Wait. Oh man, I can't do the thing. You know the thing, man. Like, it's just a fucking image, though. And the dog of wisdom looks nothing like the dog of wisdom. Here, I'll just like show you what this looks like. Looks like this. Thank you for your fan art. Yeah. I did some AI generations of this myself. I just noticed this. You see this? The dog is like clipping through a little glass roof. Yeah, I mean, there's no animation, is my criticism of your copy. I mean, no offense, but why would anyone sue over this? It's terrible. But keep going. I do.
In a festive twist,
I do find AI videos interesting. Yours are kind of bad though. Sorry, but I'm not gonna sue you. I think this one is. I think this Dog of Wisdom one is better than the Among Us one, at least.
To Mike Menzer, I am truly sorry. I know that the 1980 Mr. Olympia was rigged in my favor, and I deeply regret my role in it. You were a better bodybuilder than me, and you deserve to win. I hope you can forgive me. Rest in peace.
Chris Rock responds.
Will Smith says I'm bi. He's lying. I'm as straight as an arrow. He's the one who's been sneaking around on Jada. He's the one who's been having affairs with other men. He's the one who's been living a lie.
Will Smith discusses the truth.
I'm Will Smith, and I'm bisexual. Chris Rock is bisexual, too. We're both more than our public personas. We're human beings, and we deserve to be accepted for who we are.
Alright, thank you for your channel. But unfortunately, the button that makes them, work on the stream doesn't work. I'm not sure what kind of videos these are. Maybe I should stream for like 1 more hour and then get out of here. I have to do the details, the rest of the details on Beavis and Butthead. So let me do just that. Let me put something else on for us to enjoy. What's something that would be good to put on? I mean, that mix I just put on was good, but it ended. Oh, anyway. Where was I? Should put on something like something like some like old computer commercial or some shit.
This week on the Computer Chronicles, a hands-on demo of Windows 95. A visit to the Win95 launch with Bill Gates and Jay Leno. Some advice on how to learn how to use the new version of Windows, a sneak preview of 2 new Win95 applications, a guide to online
Just
help
make it
for
bigger
Windows
for
95,
myself.
and this week's computer news. All coming up next on the Computer Chronicles.
Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by Hewlett-Packard, working with industry leaders to ensure compatibility across the board and across the network. HP PCs, you're looking at partnership in a whole new light.
The Computer Chronicles is also made
Let's
possible
take
by
too
the
much of
Software
this.
Publishers Association, providers of educational materials to help manage software. Don't copy that floppy.
Or what?
Hi, and welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee. Unless you've been asleep somewhere for the last few months, you no doubt know that Windows 95 is upon us. Several million people have already bought the Win95 upgrade, but most computer users are still thinking about it. Should you buy it? Is it worth the 89 bucks? And how will your PC life be better if you have Windows 95? These are the questions we'll try to answer for you today. First of all, let's take a look at some of the features of Windows 95, and for that we brought in an expert, Joe Fabris of Microsoft. Welcome, Joe.
Hi, Stuart.
All right, here's Win95, and obviously, first of all, it looks different. I don't see my usual program manager, my little windows. Tell me what's going on here.
Well, we combined the program manager and the file manager into a single uniform desktop, and that's what we see here, where I've got an icon representing my computer and all its peripherals, network connection, and other folders and icons that I can add as I customize it.
All right, so the big thing is bottom left, the Start button, which is kind of intuitive. I want to start doing something, so I click on Start, and show me how I launch a program in Win95.
Sure. If you click on the Start button, you'll find there is an icon called the Programs over here. This is where everything that you had in your old program manager has gone to when you start Windows for the first time under Windows 95.
All right, and that first window that opens up, I can customize that too and determine what will show up when I click Start, right?
Exactly. Everything above the program is a customization that I've done prior to coming in today.
All right, so I want to run a program, so I drill down there in the menus.
And I'll go over to Microsoft Office,
Oh my
which
God,
is
that
Office for Windows
noise.
95, and I'll launch Excel simply by clicking on it one time.
All right, so Excel is up and running now. And what happens if I want to run a second program, or I want to do something else while Excel is running?
That's one thing that Windows has always been good at, and now it's gotten better. In fact, this time what I'd like to do is, instead of trying to go find an application and run a document, I like to find a document and run an application. So I'll go over here to the Documents menu on the Start button, which keeps track of the last 15 or so applications that you ran. And
So
I'll
it
go
keeps
here.
track of the last 15 things I did, regardless of what application it was, not just in Excel or not just in Word.
Right, and it doesn't matter whether it was on your machine or on a network
Okay.
drive, it'll go and find it. So I'll
So
click
you
on
want to
this
open
one.
that memo.
Right. So now that's going to go find Word, launch Word, and then get the document and open it together.
All right, now I've got both things running. If I want to go back to Excel and click on Excel, Word disappears. Now that's a problem you fixed basically from the old Windows.
Right. Our usability lab showed that when people would go click on something like Excel here, Word would vanish from the screen and they had no idea where
Is
it
it up
went.
and running? And should I open it again?
Exactly. That's why we've added at the bottom of the screen something called the taskbar, which keeps track of all the applications you have running. So if I can go back to Word now by clicking on it on the taskbar.
Okay, let's talk about file management now and how I do things like copy files and move files in Win95.
Okay, I'll go back to the Start button and I'll click on my computer. And now we'll get that view I said of all my peripherals. And here we can see I have a floppy drive and my hard drive. And let's move some files from the floppy drive. So I'll double click here and I'll just choose all of these items. And I'm going to drag them over to my hard disk.
So you can just drag and drop and do it that
Right.
way.
And I use the second mouse button on Windows, and here I have some options. I can move them, I can copy them, or I can create a shortcut. And a shortcut would leave the original files where they were, but just put an icon there so I could go to a place where I often go for a shortcut, launch the application, and it could be on a network drive somewhere else, or it could be on a floppy drive. But that's what a shortcut does. I'll just do a quick copy over there.
Okay, now there's another thing when I go in the store looking for Windows 95 called Microsoft Plus. What does Plus add to Win95?
Okay, well you saw when we started how I had that nice Windows background with my icons looking a certain way. The Plus has a lot of things, and I'm going to focus on the fun things. And if I go to the control panel, we have a new icon added here when the Plus gets installed called Desktop Themes. And if I launch this, we'll see that I can now change the way my screen and my computer looks, and I can have it fit sort of my mood, and have some pre-built themes that Microsoft's put together here with some graphic artists, like Dangerous Creatures or Leonardo da Vinci. I was down at the Hate District last night visiting my sister, and this one called the 60s reminds me of that. So if I'm in that mood today, I can click on that and have it on the screen.
So you can sort of customize your desktop day by day depending on what you feel like. Sort of
Exactly.
Designer desktop. Here,
Yep,
huh?
and then what it'll do is it'll change the background to something that looks like the 60s, and then we'll see new icons. I have a peace sign for my computer and beads for the network neighborhood, and all my sounds now have changed as well.
All right, now Plus, a lot of people are getting Plus because it comes with a pretty cool 3D pinball game, right? Can we see what that looks like?
Exactly. I'll launch the pinball game right now, and you'll see a nice pinball table, and we'll start a game up. We'll have all the pinball sounds that we expect, and you'll see some pretty good graphic animation that's been an improvement in Windows 95 as well.
Okay, let's get out of this and let me ask you about autoplay. Now, another feature in here is if you've got a CD-ROM drive, it automatically launches whatever CD
I
you
didn't realize the pinball
Exactly.
game
In
was
fact,
all the
I've got
way
one right here that I
back
picked
in
up the other day, and this is a
Windows
music CD that I
95.
bought at Tower Records. And when I put it in, the machine automatically detects that I put a CD in, and now we'll launch
Yeah, I
the
guess my
application,
version
plays
of it
music,
did not
and
have
it'll
the
start the songs that
space
are on the
pinball.
stick.
So it not only detects you put a CD in, but it knows it's a music CD, and so it's going to launch the audio player program, whatever that is, not the CD-ROM.
Exactly.
And this is a new piece of Microsoft Music you guys own now, I guess.
Well, we're having some fun with it. Yes, we are.
Okay, thank you very much, Joe.
It's been my pleasure.
Okay, Windows 95 is, after all, just an operating system and a user interface, but the launch of the product was choreographed more like a Hollywood movie premiere than a software title. In case you missed it, here's what it was like in Redmond, Washington, the day Windows 95 was finally released.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jay Leno.
No, it's not The Tonight Show. Bill Gates invited Jay Leno to launch Windows 95 at this Hollywood-style event at Microsoft headquarters.
Well, Windows 95 is so easy, even a talk show host can figure it out.
Okay, you got your taskbar, let's go right down there. Little taskbar there, you can click on there, you see, and I can change my mind. Do I go over here? This one too? I can change my mind faster than Bill Clinton. Look at that, huh? Healthcare, no healthcare. Republican today, Democrat tomorrow. Sure, there you go. Let's flip it back and forward. Back and forward. Easy as pie-ola. That's a technical term.
There were video testimonials by corporate users as well as home users.
I take the CD, put it in, click it on the computer, and the big circle comes, and then the bird comes.
Members of the audience were pulled backstage to upgrade from Windows 3.1 to Windows 95 during the gala. The site was connected via satellite to an audience in an amusement park in the Silicon Valley, and the now widely recognized Start Me Up commercial previewed here. The big screen came down to reveal the development team. The audience made its way past them to the circus tents filled with more than 300 applications developed for Windows 95. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Giles Bateman.
Giles.
Now, you've all heard the horror stories about what you're going to have to spend to run Windows 95. More RAM, bigger hard drive, new keyboard, maybe a processor upgrade. Let's try to figure out what you really do need to run the new version of Windows. Here to help us out is syndicated columnist, author, and all-around PC expert, Larry Magid. Welcome, Larry. Before we get to the toys here, let's talk about installing Windows 95. What should you do to your PC before you start to install?
First thing you should do is back up. At the very least, back up your important
I think
data
there's
files.
something fascinating about
You know what's going to happen during that install.
Absolutely, you never know. Even though
things
most
that
of the time
people
the next
talk
thing you
about a
should do
lot
is get
for
rid of
a
any
little
viruses you might
while,
have. Make sure you've got
and
enough
then
things
just
to
like
disable any of your TFRs
never again.
or anything that's kind of
like Windows
quirky.
95.
When the Windows 95 installation program starts running, it's got a fairly vanilla, ordinary system to deal with. Then, after you've done all that, make sure you've got plenty of space in your hard drive, because that's critical, because Windows 95 is going to use every nook and cranny you've got.
All right, let's talk about that now. First of all, let's talk RAM before we talk hard drive. And we hear that you really can't run Win95 if you have a 4 megabyte machine, right?
In theory, you can, but then a family of 4 could live in a one-bedroom apartment, theoretically. In reality, whatever the rules were for Windows 3.1, you double. The rules, Windows 3.1, 4 megs minimum. Windows 95, for all practical purposes, 8 megabytes is your minimum system. With, if you want a really nice system with plenty of room to grow, 16 megabytes is really excellent. That's what I use. If you're a heavy
This
power
guy,
user and you've got a
his
lot of
voice,
webcam,
it's like
big
Mr.
graphic
Dink.
images, then you're probably going to go to
3 megabytes of
That's what
excellence.
power users are doing these days.
Let's talk about the RAM upgrade options, and we have a couple of them over here. First of all, this PC MCIA card, and I guess if you have a laptop and you have a PC slot, you can just stick that in. And
Absolutely.
Oh,
You get an extra
wow.
slot and you can afford it. That's a great
That's
deal.
okay,
now sometimes you
that's
don't
a
have a slot
rare
like this. These are
looking
sort of little mini
memory
sim
stick.
Right, they
I
fit
feel
them
like
in
I've
this
seen the
little
slot for
drawer in the
that,
back
but
of your
not
laptop,
an
you turn them off,
actual.
plug those in.
I've never had an
They're
actual
pretty
use
easy to
for
install,
them.
and they do the job.
And for the typical desktop user, you've got your regular PC. This is the normal.
Right, you could get up to 16 megabytes of memory on one of these little, they're called a SIM modular, and they just plug right into the motherboard, and they're fairly easy to install. If you know how to take your computer apart, if you're comfortable, you can do it yourself. If you're not, it's a 10,
Let's do
$20
that right
yeah.
here. We have a PC open, and we'll just lift this power supply and get it out of the way. And these are your RAM slots right in here, right?
That's right, and you'd have an empty one, and you just pop it in there and clip it down and turn on the machine. If all goes well, you've got to do memory.
It's not too, you don't have to be afraid to do that.
No, the only thing is make sure you touch the chassis to discharge any electricity, static you may, before you touch one of these components. Other than that, you're fine.
Let's get back to the hard drive issue you mentioned. Windows 95 takes up a lot of space on your hard drive. Most of them don't have a lot of space left over on our hard drive. What are the options then to get more hard drives?
Well, of course, you could always buy another hard drive, and eventually you can do compression. But the main thing you want to do, it's like cleaning out your garage. You probably have more space than you realize. You probably have a lot of junk on your machine, programs that you haven't used in months. Go ahead and delete them. And then you get into the issue, how do you delete them? Well, if you really know what you're doing, you can delete them manually. But even if you took out the directory that all the programs are in, there's always extra files sitting around. There's always statements in your
Certainly if you had Win
files.
3.1 on you.
Especially with Win 3.1. So that's where we have all these commercial uninstall programs. Now, sort of the mother of all uninstall programs is called Uninstaller for MicroHelp. And we
Can you have that up here now?
have it running here, and what we're doing here is we're actually in the process of looking at a program that we want to get rid of. We want to get rid of, let's say, not that we would want to get rid of ClarisWorks. We click on this, we push Analyze, and then the program would start analyzing what it has to do, and it would go ahead and not only delete the files, but clean up the WinINI program file and just get the machine so it's as if that program were never there. Now, eventually, you're not going to need this because Windows 95 has an uninstall program built in, but it only works with Windows 95 applications. So for the present time, you're really going to need a program like this. Eventually, it's going to be an operating system
When you want to
function.
install Win96, you'll have the problem
Absolutely.
solved with Win95.
Exactly.
All right, last thing we hear, there are special keyboards out now for Windows 95, and we have one of them over here. And show me what's so special about this. Why might I want a separate keyboard for Win95?
Well, you don't need a separate keyboard. I mean, you can function fine without one.
Well, we
If
got,
you-
for instance,
yeah.
here's this little funny Windows key over
Right.
here. What does that do?
If you're buying a computer, you get one of these and you push it, and what it does is it brings up the start menu. It's just like if you'd press the start menu. See, it just makes it easier. And there's another one over on this side.
And that, what's that little Windows
Well, it's
button?
programmable. If it's just Microsoft, it does the same thing, but in this particular one, it actually brings up a special task switching menu to make it just easier to change tasks. And then we have another one here, which is the same as pushing the right mouse button, which, well, here we go. It brought up another little window just as if you'd push the right mouse
Okay,
right
I mean,
mouse
it's
button.
not essential, but it makes it easier maybe.
Makes
to-
it easier.
to
If you're buying a new keyboard, it's something to look for.
Right. All right, Larry, thank you very much.
My pleasure.
All right, so let's say you decide to buy Windows 95. There is a learning curve. It's not the same as Windows 3.1, certainly not the same as MS-DOS. You have to figure out how to use it if you're going to get your money's worth. So let's take a look at your options for getting up to speed on Windows 95.
The screens may look familiar, but they are not quite the same. There are new icons, new menus, and there's a new way to organize files. For a single user, Windows 95 means establishing some new habits. And for technical support staff, it means answering a lot of questions. One way to prepare yourself for the changeover is to put the manual aside and go back to school, Windows 95 School.
So far, we've been focusing mostly on the technical end of things because people are just getting started in rolling out Windows 95, and the companies are trying to learn as much as they can about how the operating system works within their company. So they're sending people to the technical training classes in order to learn and understand it very well before they go ahead and give it to their end users.
The class approach appeals to people who either don't have the time or just don't like to read manuals. It's kind of a shortcut to the program's main features.
So even if you go through and you learn it on your own, which I'm sure that lots of people will probably have to do, the tips, the tricks, things that will ultimately save you time in the long stretch, that's what you get out of class. And the interaction between having someone answer your questions as opposed to your having to either call support hotline or trying to look it up through the help screen. Those are useful, but again, they're time consuming. So I think if you're looking for a way to save time, come to class.
Classes are attractive for users who are short on time and can afford the fees, but for some brave souls, a book and sheer persistence can accomplish the same goals. if they have the patience.
You get to know your computer a little bit more because you're figuring out how to set something up, because you're not just going to set up Windows 95 on your computer, you're going to set up all kinds of different programs that you're going to need. So it gave me like a sense of accomplishment when I finally got it to work. I was like jumping up and down and I was all excited about it. But I think some of the minuses is it can be very frustrating. You know, when you have a question, you have to refer to a book for an answer.
For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Giles Bateman.
Now, the bottom line with any operating system is what can you do with it? How will it make your applications run better?
Smoke.
Just about every software maker is busy
I'll
cranking
smoke
out
if I need a
Win
break.
95 versions of their
Or
programs.
if you pay me, I'll smoke.
Extra juice in Windows 95.
Pay me
Here shows
$20
two
and I'll
examples of
smoke.
brand new Win 95 apps are Jeff Rona of 3DI, and also over there Kevin Goldberg of Trimart. Let's start with you, Jeff, and you have a program called Trispectives. And first of all, what's important about Win 95 to this 3D design program?
Well, our program really isn't able to do anything without the power that's behind a 32-bit application like Windows 95. Its multi-threading capabilities allow us to render faster, move objects interactively quickly, and overall speed performances that just weren't available in Windows 3.
Right, you have some neat examples now, so show us a little bit of the program and what it does.
Right. We can actually create 3D models interactively, and with the power of 32-bit application, we can continue moving those. We have a 3D page that we've developed, and on this 3D page, we can actually go back in and show you some of the features where we have in our graphics package. We can do animation and room design, layout, graphics capabilities that you find in other packages. Here we'll show you our drag and drop animation. We'll ship the product with over 1,000 IntelliShape 3D models, which are like intelligent clip art. We simply drag out of a catalog and the model is created instantly and put into the scene.
So that's 3D clip art.
We call it IntelliShapes. They're actually, they have intelligent properties. They know how to land and slide over one another. That makes it more intuitive for a user in a drag and drop.
And the fact is you can animate these things essentially.
Exactly. So now I'll just go into our animation catalogs, make a spin move on the Earth and a spin move there. We'll turn on our smart motions and click play, and we have a real-time animation sequence that can be exported out to an AVI file if you wish for use in something like PowerPoint or in MediaPlay.
All right, what else can we do with this?
For many customers, many people are looking into virtual reality. Here we've got a room scene that we've set up. We can actually do a walk-through camera angle to go into our room, and we can turn ourselves around so we get the back view. And then for creation, we can actually drag and drop more of those models into this. So we have a table and chair. And the table knows how to land on its legs. The chair knows how to land.
That's the intelligent shape. It knows where it belongs.
Exactly. So even if we move it on the floor, across the floor, we can also position it using a new feature we have called a tri-ball. And here we'll just move the center, and with just a simple mouse click, we can actually replicate this 3 times and create scenes very quickly. Again, something you wouldn't really be able to do in a non-32-bit application. Now we can save that scene out actually as a VRML file or a Visual Basic text file for the models, AVI files, JPEG.
Okay, Trispectives 3D design with Win 95.
Yes.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
All right, let's see what Windows 95 does for a game now. And I'll interrupt Kevin in the middle of playing The Hive. And tell us about the game, Kevin.
Well, what Windows 95 gave us is the ability to do pan-interactive sequences as well as streaming animation on top of them, something that we couldn't have done before. And I'll jump right into gameplay.
Tell us what's going on in the game here while you're playing.
Well, I've just landed on an ocean platform, and the object is to basically blow these guys away. You can hear I'm doing pretty well. This is a standard rail sequence where your motion is predetermined. And if you get far enough along, I'll be able to show you a pan-interactive sequence where you become stationary and the sprites move around.
Oh my god, these shooting sounds are horrible.
See, we're now in that pan-interactive. I'm controlling the motion seamless branching between the two, and without Windows 95, we couldn't have done it.
Very cool. All right, it's called the Hive.
Absolutely.
Thanks a lot. All right, you've no doubt heard about the new Microsoft Network, MSN, which comes with Windows 95. If you want help or more information on Windows 95, there are, in fact, a lot of online sites where you can find it. So let's check out this week's Net News with Giles Bateman.
Thanks, Stuart. I think the best place to start is to go straight to the source. Here I am at Microsoft's own Windows website, and here I can get Windows 95 general information, tech
really
information and
thick to me
support,
now.
free software, and more. But I think of more interest to online users is the Microsoft Network. And if you have access to a web browser and the internet, you can actually check out MSN before you ever sign up for it. You just go to the MSN website and you can click About MSN, and well, you can learn what's on MSN today. And there are more things you can do, but you can get a general feel for it before you ever become a member. Now, if you're not on the internet, or perhaps you're on an online service and you're not used to using the internet, remember the word Win News. That's W-I-N-N-E-W-S. There are two N's in the middle and there's no space in between it. Now, on just about any service, it's Go Win News or Jump Win News. I think only on Genie you do a, move to page 95. So that's the only one that's different. The other thing you'll want to remember is the Win95L mailing list. Now, just follow the instructions you see here, and you will get actual hardcore hands-on information from Windows 95 users themselves.
Now time for our weekly summary of what's new in the field of personal computing. Let's go to Studio E for this week's computer news.
In the random access file this week, it's a Pentium world. Computer Intelligence Info Corp reports that Pentiums now represent 53% of all new PCs sold. 486-based PCs are dying out, and estimates are that by December, 486s will account for less than 25% of the market. But just as the Pentium begins to dominate, Intel has announced P6, the next generation microprocessor. They've given it an official name, the Pentium Pro. P6 machines are due out later this year. The Pentium Pro has 5.5 million transistors on the chip. Compact's new PCs are coming standard with MPEG video capability. Compaq is also bundling in 3D surround sound and a speech recognition voicemail system. IBM is also making its new Aptivas more multimedia friendly. The new models just out this week feature a special video chip called M-Wave that also enables smooth full motion video and duplex sound. If you're looking for a Mac clone, Power Computing has announced its first retail deal for the Power 100, one of the first officially licensed Mac compatibles. They'll be on sale at Computer City stores around the country. In the fast-changing world of the internet, domain names are no longer free. Network Solutions, a company that registers net domains, says effective immediately, there will be a $50 annual fee to register.
I didn't realize
domain names
there was
are
a
being
time
listed
before
at
they were free.
$15,000 a month.
Before they,
Netscape says it will
I didn't know
send
there
you
was a
out with
time
new
when they were
software
free.
package that makes it easy to create your own web page. It's called Navigator Gold 2.0. It will be available free on the net at the end of October and will go on sale in January. But two UC Berkeley graduate students say they have found a security gap in Netscape's web browser. They say a knowledgeable computer user can break their existing security code in a minute. Netscape has acknowledged the problem and said a fix is on the way. If you're trying to find a new CD-ROM title and don't know where to look, check out the new CD-ROM database on CompuServe. The new section called CD-ROM Base Online lists nearly 10,000 current CD-ROM titles, including
These
description,
things need to
price,
be
and
connected
publisher.
through.
You may be using a Microsoft mouse or a
piece
Microsoft keyboard,
that.
but now Gates & Company are getting into the joystick business. MS has announced a new joystick optimized for Windows 95.
Talking about
It features 8
Microsoft's
buttons and
slow
new digital
descent
optical
into
technology
gaming.
for faster response time. It's called the Sidewinder 3D Pro, and it sells for under $60. And finally, if you're really a geek, check this out. Website MorsePR.com. It will let you follow brick by brick the construction of Bill Gates' new $50 million mansion. The website features aerial views of the 40,000 square foot home and detailed shots of various parts of the house, like the 50-car garage and the underwater pool stereo system. The page was put up by the Morse McFadden PR company. Well, that's it for this week's computer news. Stuart?
Before we wrap things up, let me tell you about one terrific program I found. If you like computer games and you've always wanted to write your own games, but you don't have time to become a C++ programmer, there is a great package out called Click and Play from an English company named Europress. This is a brilliant, object-oriented, point-and-click programming tool for game makers. It comes with 10 games written in the click-and-play language, and you can go inside and see exactly how the games work, and you can modify them to suit your tastes. This is one of the neatest software packages I have come across in a long time. Click and Play runs under Windows. It sells for about $50, and it's distributed by Maxis. That's it for this week's Computer Chronicles. We'll be back here next week with another half hour of the latest in personal computer technology. I'm Stuart Chaffee. We'll see you here next time.
Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by Hewlett-Packard, developing technology that lets you manage your PC from anywhere on the network, anywhere in the world. HP PCs, you're taking a close look at remote management.
And then,
The Computer Chronicles is also made possible by the Software Publishers Association, providers of educational materials to help manage software. Don't copy that floppy. Videotape copies of all Computer Chronicle shows are available for $32.50. Please order by show number and topic. And for more detailed information about the series, guests, and products featured, you can also order a subscription to the Chaffee Letter. In each issue, Stuart provides his unique insights and thoughts about the fast-changing world of personal technology.
Beavis is almost done.
And the Chaffee Letter can be ordered by calling 1-800-800-9520 or by writing us at the Computer Chronicles.
There's things that his details have to sit on. Watch the future. Alright, one more thing like that, and then I think I have to stop. But the cookie cutters are almost done, so this could be a good point to stop. Not right this second, but soon. I'll make this a little bit neater. But for now, it's time to smoke. So that was interesting, wasn't it? By this point, everyone was using Pentiums. Let's look at some Pentium ads.
Here, in the world's most advanced manufacturing.
Look inside today's PCs. You'll find something pretty amazing. The Intel Pentium processor. PC software, more life, more action, more energy. So if you want your PC software to
Oh my god. Did Pixar do this one? Or this is just someone copying Pixar, I think. Maybe not. Maybe that was Pixar. Although this was, when was this?
Time for a Pentium 2 processor.
Processor. Do you have to do this fucking intro every time? It's the Blue Men.
3, the Intel Pentium 3 processor.
Remember the Blue Man Group? Pentium 4, yay. It's them again. So it's like the 2000s now, and they're still going with the Blue Man.
The Intel Pentium 4 processor, the center of your digital world.
Alright, that's enough of that. Intel Bunny people? So I guess they actually waited a few years before advertising a new computer.
The Pentium 2 processor. You'll get a big kick out of it.
So is that how it worked? Did we all just like get Pentium 1, 2, 3, 4? I wonder what kind my computer lab at school had. Anyway, let me put on something similar to this. That was Intel, so let's put on like Apple. We watched something from Microsoft and something from Intel. So let's watch like Apple Keynote 80s. Steve Jobs introduces the Macintosh. BCS General Meetings. Steve Jobs introduces the Macintosh. Starring Steve Jobs.
Good evening. I'm Steve Jobs from Apple Computer. We're very glad to be here tonight. It is 1958. IBM passes up the chance to buy a young, fledgling company that has just invented a new technology called xerography. 2 years later, Xerox is born, and IBM has been kicking themselves ever since. It is 10 years later, the late 60s. Digital Equipment Corporation and others invent the mini-computer. IBM dismisses the mini-computer as too small to do serious computing and therefore unimportant to their business. DEC grows to become a multi-$100 million corporation before IBM finally enters the mini-computer market. It is now 10 years later, the late 70s. In 1977, Apple, a young, fledgling company on the West Coast, invents the Apple II, the first personal computer as we know it today. IBM dismisses the personal computer as too small to do serious computing and therefore unimportant to their business. The early 1980s. 1981. Apple II has become the world's most popular computer, and Apple has grown to a $300 million corporation, becoming the fastest growing company in American business history. With over 50 competitors vying for a share, IBM enters the personal computer market in November of 1981 with the IBM PC. 1983. Apple and IBM emerge as the industry's strongest competitors, each selling approximately $1 billion worth of personal computers in 1983. Each will invest greater than $50 million for research and development and another $50 million for television advertising alone in 1984, totaling almost $250 million combined. The shakeout is in full swing. The first major firm goes bankrupt, with others teetering on the brink. Total industry losses for 1983 outshadow even the combined profits of Apple and IBM for personal computers. It is now 1984. It appears IBM wants it all. Apple is perceived to be the only hope to offer IBM a run for its money. Dealers, initially welcoming IBM with open arms, now fear an IBM-dominated and controlled future. They are increasingly turning back to Apple as the only force that can ensure their future freedom. IBM...
Oh no.
IBM wants it all, and is aiming its guns on its last obstacle to industry control, Apple. Will Big Blue dominate the entire computer industry? The entire information age? Was George Orwell right?
Oh my god. I had no idea. I knew about this ad, but I had no idea that it started with like a huge like introductory live performance from him.
On January 24th, Apple Computer will introduce Macintosh. And you'll see why 1984 won't be like 1984.
There have only been 2 milestone products in our industry to date. The first was Apple II in 1977. The second was the IBM PC in 1981.
Taking more shots at IBM.
Come on. Let's be fair. What we need now is the third industry milestone product, and that's what Macintosh is all about. We've been working on this thing for over 2 years now, and those of us that have been really close to it will all tell you it is insanely great. And you'll have a chance to see a little bit more of it later on tonight. And we're introducing it at a mainstream price point, as most of you know, at $2,495. And what I want to do is run through some of the key milestones and key features of Macintosh very briefly, just in case you haven't heard all about them, and then we'll get into some more interesting stuff here. The first thing is that Macintosh uses Lisa technology. It's got the identical user interface of Lisa with its radical ease of use, its mice, windows, pull-down menus, point, click, cut, and paste. And to accomplish this, we use exactly the same microprocessor as Lisa, a 68000 running at 8 megahertz, and this thing eats 8088s for breakfast. Macintosh has about 192K bytes of memory, 64K of it is ROM, 128K of it is RAM. And inside the 64K bytes of ROM is contained the entire operating system, the entire graphics, foundation and subsystem, and the entire user interface. All the windowing stuff, the menu stuff, the mouse
That better
stuff, all in
close,
ROM.
or else that's gonna maybe fall
Just
apart.
like the 5.25-inch disc was a breakthrough in the 70s, we think the 3.5-inch disc is a breakthrough in the 80s. And we're storing 400K bytes of formatted information on one side of these floppies, which fit inside your shirt pocket. Macintosh has 2 built-in serial ports. These ports are RS-232 and RS-422. They go up to a megabit per second. And they also support a local interconnect scheme called AppleBus, which allows you to connect up to 32 of these products together at virtually no additional cost. Macintosh has 4-voice sound and speech built in. And it talks to you on an extremely high definition, super crisp, bitmap 9-inch black and white screen. It's really incredible, as many of you might have had a chance to see at the hands-on. We have one last hands-on at 9 o'clock tonight. This screen has over twice the dots of the IBM PC or Apple II on its screen. Very high definition. And all of this power fits into a box 1/3 the size and weight of the IBM PC. It's a truly transportable product. And in addition to that, there's a whole family of stuff that goes along with it. Image writer printers, external disk drives, modems, carrying cases, and a sort of security kit so your Macintosh doesn't go anywhere without you. Now, you've seen some pictures of Macintosh in these slides. But what I'd like to do now is show you the Macintosh in person. And all of the images that you will be seeing will be generated by what's in that bag right there.
Oh no, look what I've done. Fix this now. Insanely great. Didn't you say that before? It's like, I guarantee it's insanely great. And like, didn't people laugh when he said it? Yeah. I mean, people laughed when the music started. I laughed. I mean, I guess that it's supposed to be funny, but I think they laughed at things that weren't a joke. Details to add to Butthead. Wow. Man, this could take me like hours.
Now, we've been doing an awful lot of talking about Macintosh lately as well. But tonight, really for the second time ever, we'd like to let Macintosh speak for itself.
Hello, I am Macintosh. It sure is great to get out of that bag. Unaccustomed as I am to public speaking, I'd like to share with you a maxim I thought of the first time I made an IBM mainframe. Never trust a computer you can't live. Obviously I can talk, but right now I'd like to sit back and listen. So it is with considerable pride that I introduce a man who's been like a father to me, Steve Jobs.
Iconic.
Macintosh is targeted at two primary markets. And the first are those 25 million knowledge workers that sit behind desks, particularly in medium and small size offices. And the second is really the college worker. The people in colleges that we think are going to be the knowledge workers of tomorrow. And there's greater than 11 million college students in America alone. Now, the telephone, we look at the telephone and we're really impressed with the telephone because it was the first and really the only desk appliance. To be a desk appliance, you have to do something really useful, and you have to be really easy to use so people don't have to spend a lot of time learning how to use this thing, and you have to be really cheap. And we don't think there's been a desk appliance since the telephone. And what we want to do is make Macintosh the second desk appliance. Now,
You did it, dude.
there are 235 people in America, but only a fraction of them can use a computer. And the message that we have with Macintosh is that it's the computer for the rest of us. And we're going to launch the largest advertising campaign in our history ever to communicate this message to those knowledge workers and college workers. And it's going to kick off on the Olympics on February 6th. And I'd like to show you 5 of those advertisements right now.
It's more sophisticated, yet less complicated. It's more powerful, yet less cumbersome. It can store vast amounts of yesterday, or tell you what's in store for tomorrow. It can draw a picture, or it can draw conclusions. It's a personal computer from Apple, and it's as easy to
That was
use
bullshit. It can
as
draw a
this.
picture. It can do that now.
The computer for the rest of us.
Yeah.
Introducing
I can kind of see how like everything. I didn't have an Apple, but like everything kind of copied that, didn't they?
Expect a personal computer to do. And it does some things no other computer has ever done before. Of course, to do all this, you will have to learn to do this. Macintosh, the computer for the rest of us. The real genius of Macintosh, Apple's newest personal computer, isn't its 32-bit microprocessor, or that it captures the power of a mainframe on a board 10 by 10 inches, or even that it costs half as much as computers half as powerful. The real genius of Macintosh is that you don't have to be a genius to use it. Macintosh, the computer for the rest of us. You're about to see a few people learn to use the newest, most advanced business computer in the world. If you know how to point, you already know how to use it. Macintosh, the computer for the rest of us.
The rest?
This is a highly sophisticated office computer, and to use it, all you have to do is learn this. This is Macintosh from Apple, also a highly sophisticated office computer, and to use it, all you have to do is learn this.
No, that's still a manual.
So if you watch the Winter Olympics, you'll be seeing those about 2 to 3 times a night. Now, you know that over 70% of all the computers used in education are Apples? And that makes us feel really good, because we care a lot about that. And it's a great leverage point for the Apple II as well. And most of them are, of course, in kindergarten through 12th grades, because that's where most of the schools are, and those schools have bought computers faster than the colleges.
That was
But a year ago,
what we had
went
at my
in search
school.
of about half a dozen colleges and universities
What the
throughout America
fuck?
that would be using a large number of
What the
personal
fuck?
computers in 1984, and large
What
meant
the
greater
fuck?
than 1,000. And we didn't find a half a dozen. We found 24 major colleges and universities. And we announced this last Tuesday the Apple University Consortium, which is formed of those 24 colleges and universities. All the 7 Ivy League schools are a part of this. They have placed over $50 million worth of orders today for Macintoshes. And they're going to be doing courseware development, leading the way really for over 3,000 schools in this country. And they're telling us that Macintosh is the ideal college computer. So we think you're going to see lots of Macintoshes on college campuses. And here's a list of them: Stanford, Harvard, Yale, Princeton,
Why does it
Dartmouth,
look like
Brown,
that? That's something
on and
weird.
on. I think you're going to be seeing a lot of Macintoshes on campuses. Now, when we designed the Apple II, we designed it in a garage. But what most people don't know is we designed it to be built in a garage. And we figure if we ever made 50 of them a month, we'd be doing well. And we surpassed that goal this last December by over 2,000. We shipped over 100,000 Apple IIs in December.
There we go.
But what we wanted to do with Macintosh was make it the first personal computer that was designed from the start to be built in the millions. There's never been a personal computer that you could say this about. We are currently making over 500 Macintoshes a day in this factory. And we will be ramping up to one every 27 seconds within the next few months. Now, Macintosh was developed by a small team of people, less than 100, and you're going to have a chance to meet and ask several of them some questions tonight. And this group of people, they're more like artists than they are engineers. They're not really interested in careers. What they're interested in is doing something insanely great and then getting it out into the world to leverage their energy. And they were able to leverage the resources of a billion-dollar company in developing Macintosh. And I've never in my life had the privilege of working with such a fine group of people. And we think, Macintosh has changed our lives working with it over the last few years. And we think it's going to change the lives of millions of people that buy them. Macintosh, as you know, was probably one of the worst kept secrets in the world. But one of the best kept secrets was that we didn't just introduce one standalone product again. We introduced a family of 4 new 32-bit products this week. And we introduced Lisa a year ago, and it clearly captured the imagination and set the technical direction of the industry. It didn't capture as many desks as we wanted to. But it's clear that everyone's running in the direction of mice and windows and icons, and you've seen Vision, and you're seeing sort of the early part of MS Windows, and even a rumored IBM windowing package. But what we introduced, in addition to Macintosh, were 3 new Lisas. And the first one was Lisa 2. It has a 0.5 megabyte of RAM and a 3.5-inch disk, totally compatible with Macintosh. And we introduced it at $3,495, just $1,000 more than Macintosh. The second Lisa is Lisa 2.5. It added a 5 megabyte profile Winchester disk drive, and that was only $1,000 more again, $4,495. The third Lisa was Lisa 2.10. It's got a built-in 10 megabyte Winchester disk drive right above the floppy there, and it's $5,495. Now, all the Lisas, we switched over to use the 3.5-inch floppy disk drive. We feel so strongly that it's the drive of the 80s. And it's totally compatible with Mac, and we're doing something for all the existing Lisa 1 owners. We are upgrading their Lisa 1 to a Lisa 2.5. That means changing the 3.5-inch disk drives, or changing the 5 1/4s for 3.5s, and giving them a new front bezel and some new software. And that upgrade's entirely free for all existing owners. So as we move forward with the second iteration of this technology, we absolutely don't want to penalize those pioneers, and so we're just pulling them right along with us at no additional cost. But the other neat thing about all the 3 new Lisas and all the Lisa 1s is that they're 100% Macintosh software compatible. We pulled it off. And together, these 4 workstations are the foundation of what we're calling the Apple 32 Supermicros. It's a family of compatible products based on Lisa technology and 32-bit architecture. And if you look at the 4 workstations, they now span a pretty wide range of price and performance, all the way from the key building block, which is Macintosh at $24.95, to sort of the flagship in performance, which is Lisa 2.10 at $54.95. Now, let me tell you a few other things in addition to workstations, which are going to form the basis of this Supermicros family. The first thing is AppleBus. Now, as you all know, local area networks, the whole area of local area networking is a joke. Ethernet never really took off. IBM's been promising the world a local area network now for 2 years and hasn't announced anything. And the last thing the world needs is another local area network. So what we're going to do is simply wait until those standards emerge and connect to those standards. But while those standards are emerging, people still want to hook things together, yet they don't want to pay $1,000 per computer to hook them onto some sort of network. And so what we've done is we have built in AppleBus to every single Lisa 1, Lisa 2s, and Macintosh. It's built in. It operates at 230 kilobits per second, and it operates up to 1,000 meters. 1,000 feet. And for about $25 per computer, retail, you'll be able to buy a little box that screws on the back that simply has a little transformer and a few connectors in it, and hook up to 32 Macintoshes, Lisas, and peripherals together for virtually free. And we think that this will be a really good idea for the next 24 months until the networking really shakes out. Sort of think of it as freenet. The next thing that we need to do is we need to print out these amazing graphics that we can create. Now we have the ImageWriter printer, which we think is a pretty much of a breakthrough in terms of the price to do this. It sells for $595, and when you buy it with a Macintosh, it's $495. But something we're really excited about is higher resolution dot printing. And before the end of 1984, we will introduce a breakthrough in laser xerographic printing for under $5,000. And we're working very hard on that, and I think when you see the results, you'll be really happy. Next thing that we need is we need to talk to these big blue mainframes. And to do that, we've got a little box called the Apple Line box for about $1,000. It's available now, and it hooks up to any Macintosh or Lisa and talks full 3278 datacom with any IBM mainframe, does it as well or better than an IBM PC. This fall, you'll see small file servers in the 10 to 20 megabyte class that hook up to Apple Bus and shared Winchester that you can share among a bunch of Macintoshes and Lisas. It'll be very, very inexpensive. And then something that we'll hope to get out late this year or early next year is a Unix server. And we think Unix is a pretty lousy operating system to put inside a workstation. It's old technology and it's really big and you need a Winchester, so you can never make the workstations cheap. But we think it's a great operating system when you're in a multi-user environment. And what we're going to be doing is coming out with a server, which is a large disk, a very fast CPU that hangs on the network, that allows you to run Unix and vertical applications on top of it and use the Macintoshes and Lisas as really sort of new wave terminals into that software. Now, we thought long and hard about whether we should come out with an IBM PC compatible. And we do a lot of market research. We have a pretty good brand out there in the marketplace, and we could have sold a lot of them. But that's not what we wanted to do. What we want to do is we want to establish a second standard in the office based on radical ease of use and the kind of power that these workstations are able to provide. But we know that if we're going to do that, we need to build bridges to the IBM world. We think there's three major bridges that we have to build. The first one, most importantly, is for all the great software that runs in the IBM products, we've got to have better versions running on our Apple 32 workstations. And I think by this summer or early fall, we will have accomplished that goal. The second is local area network support. We expect IBM to introduce 1 or 2 local area networks in the April, May, June timeframe, and we will connect to the most prevalent of those networks. And the third is the 3278 data communications, which we're doing now. So we think if we build these 3 bridges to the IBM network, that we can continue to sell better computers. Now, if you go back about 100 years to the 1880s, there were approximately 25,000 trained telegraph operators in the United States. And you really could send a telegram between Boston and San Francisco, and it'd take about 3 or 4 hours and go through the relay stations, and it really worked. And it was a great breakthrough in technology that had been around for about 30, 40 years. And there were some people that talked about putting a telegraph machine on every desk in America to improve productivity. And what those people didn't know was about the same time Alexander Graham Bell filed the original patents for the telephone. A breakthrough in technology. Because putting a telegraph machine on every desk in America to improve productivity wouldn't have worked. People wouldn't have spent the 20 to 40 to 100 hours to learn Morse code. They just wouldn't have done it. But with the telephone, within 10 years, there were over 200,000 telephones on desks in America. It was a breakthrough because people already knew how to use it. It performed the same basic function, but radical ease of use. And in addition to just letting you type in the words or click in the words, it let you sing. It let you intone your sentences to really get your meanings across. We are at that juncture in our industry right now. There are people suggesting that we should put a current generation box on everyone's desk to improve productivity. A telegraph, if you will. And we don't believe that. We don't think it will work. People will not read those damn 400-page WordStar manuals. They won't carry around these cards in their pockets with 150 /WZs. They're not going to do it. And what we think we have here today, finally, is the first telephone. And in addition to letting you do the old spreadsheets and word processing, it lets you sing. It lets you make pictures. It lets you make diagrams where you can cut them and paste them into your documents. It lets you put that sentence in bold Helvetica or Old English, if that's the way you want to express yourself. What we think we've done is we've gotten us back on the track of letting us bring this technology not just to people that haven't hooked up to these big blue boxes in Fortune 500 corporations. Sure, we want to sell our products to those people. But what we're really doing, the reason we're doing what we're doing, is because we want to bring this to tens of millions of people. And never before has the time been riper. And never before, with our radically easier to use 32-bit technology, have we been closer to doing just that. So with that, I'd like to ask everyone to just stand up and relax for a few minutes.
How'd
We're going
that
to
even
put a few
happen?
tables up here and bring the Macintosh software team and one of the members of the hardware team up here and answer whatever questions you might have about what we're doing. Thanks. Starting with my right, your left, I guess.
My name's Steve Capps, and I worked a little bit on the ROM, and I helped Bruce Horn with the Finder.
My name's Andy Hertzfeld, and I worked on a lot of the system software for Macintosh.
My name's Randy Wigginton, and I wrote the word processor.
My name's Bill Atkinson. I did the quick draw graphics primitives and the MacPaint application.
I'm Bruce Horn, and I worked on the ROM little and on the Finder with Steve Capps.
My name is Burl Smith, and I designed the digital logic board for Macintosh.
I'm Owen Densmore, I did the printing.
My name is Ronnie Seabach, and I wrote the mouse lesson that you get on your Mac Guide and the font mover.
So if we have some really great questions, we'd like to answer them. But before we do, Bill and Randy are going to run through some really quick demos, which you'll be able to see up on that screen to give you a little feeling for the kinds of things that we can do.
I'm going to show you the MacPaint graphics editor that runs on
This
Macintosh
Beavis might be done.
and lets you edit images. Sometimes conveying your message goes better with pictures than with words.
Need to add a platform.
What you see when you open up MacPaint is 3 palettes, a palette of current tools, a palette of patterns, and a palette of border thicknesses. To use them, you point with the mouse and click on a tool and press, stretch out a line here, and release when you've got the line. Or choose a different thickness and do the same. There are structured tools along here that let you make hollow and filled objects, like a filled rectangle here. Choose a pattern to fill it with, and here make a filled oval. You can erase parts of the image using this little thing that looks like a brick. It's supposed to be an eraser, but that's the best I could do. And if you just scrub with it, it kind of eats away.
Wow, people are like applauding
After you
that.
get bored
They've
with
never seen
scrubbing
it
a lot, you
before.
can just click twice and it'll get rid of everything.
Cool.
This tool lets me draw a curved filled object.
People have never
When I
seen this
let go of the mouse, it will complete the curve and fill it in. Or here, a polygonal object where I just click at each vertex, and when I click twice, it finishes it off for me. Okay. A little more free-form tool is the brush tool. Here, I'll erase things here and draw something with the brush. It's a lot like scribbling with a crayon. You can use it in conjunction with a pattern. And for example, let's choose a large brush shape. You have a variety of shapes you can choose from. You just click on one, and we'll choose a big round brush here, draw with that. And somehow the patterns sort of magically line up. nervous, so I'm not too good with a mouse. Okay. The next tool here is a spray can, and it lets me do smooth shading. I can kind of gradually shade in something, and the longer I spray, the darker it gets. For example, I might take this circle and turn it into a three-dimensional sphere by shading it in. Maybe I'll pick up a little bit of white paint and spray with that to put a highlight on it.
You can press F to join vertices.
I
It's
can
not
even
so
control
simple.
individual pixels. I can point at a dot and
I'm pretty
turn it on
sure
or
that's
off.
not going to work
You have to kind of squint a
because
bit, or you can go into fat bits, which lets you see a magnified view, and then it's easy for me to turn on off bits.
F. I have F. Yeah, like F is mapped to something else for me, so that's not going to work. Damn it!
The
This
hand
happened
tool
again.
lets me scroll. I can press on the document and push it around underneath the window. So up in the left-hand corner, I'm seeing a normal size view, and here I'm seeing a little bit magnified view so that I can act
There
right
we
on
go.
it. If you click in the small size view,
Maybe
you go
not
back to
perfect,
normal
but pretty
size.
good.
If you have edges
Is this done?
on
Look
your
at Beavis.
document,
Is he
you
ready?
can fill in areas using the paint bucket. Some people say it looks like a cap or graduation cap, but it's supposed to be a paint
make
bucket
him
pouring
opaque
paint
for a
out
minute.
the tip of it. So if you select a pattern and press, you can just fill in with that color of paint. It's like a coloring book.
Uh-oh. There's a weird thing here.
Then there's a tool for making text. You can point someplace and type.
What happened with this?
That's the first time I touched the keyboard. And I'm not a very good typer. Change the sizes and the emphasis things, etc. The next two tools at the top allow you to work on a portion of the image. The rectangle selector here says, I want to grab this rectangular chunk of the image. And you see little marching ants around it to help you distinguish what's selected. When you point inside the selection, you can pull on it and it'll come with you.
Marching ants.
If you hold down the Option key, then as you do so, it leaves behind the old one, so you can peel off a copy easily.
Should I try to like
If you hold down the
put it out
Feature
further
key,
so it's
it
not
stretches it instead.
Scrungled? No, it's still scrungled.
Undo that. Notice when I'm dragging this, it carries around a rectangle of white. Sometimes you want to select a non-rectangular selection. And notice this carries just the ball. I just lasso around the object. When I let go, the lasso tightens around it and gets just that thing. Again, Option will peel off a copy. And in fact,
yeah, I
Feature
think if
and
anything
Option will
breaks,
peel
it could
off
just
many
be
copies.
glued or melted, And there's something that Steve said that everyone would
Pull
apply.
off many copies.
Or not Steve.
And in fact, Feature and Option will peel off many copies.
Yeah, like, look how everyone's like never seen any of this stuff before. It's 1984. A 32-bit computer.
If I select a portion of image, I can also do edit commands on it. I can say to rotate that on its side. And that helps me when I want to put a label on the side of something. Or I can say to select a portion of the image and say flip that
Alright,
horizontally.
so what's left?
Or
Beavis's
flip it vertically. Or
Butthead's hair and
invert
teeth.
it. Many
That's
different
what's left.
transforms that I want to do onto the
And
image.
the flat part, in case I want to make it so
So
it
far
doesn't
we've been
hurt your
working on
hand to
one
push
portion of
down
the
on it.
page.
Which
About
I
a
think
third
is
of it
the
well. You can
purpose
see
of
it
that.
on the screen, though you're dealing with a whole printer
Beavis
full,
and
an
Butthead.
8 by 10 page.
Cookie cutters.
When you say show page, it'll show you the entire page, and it shows a rectangle that shows what portion you're looking at now. I can pull that rectangle down to another portion of the page to scroll to there and say, that's the portion I want to work on. And
Oh, there's another
I prepared
half
an
hour
image
of
ahead
this?
time, a little
Alright,
fish,
fine. Maybe I'll just try and
I'll
finish
select that
them.
with the lasso.
Yeah, I need like half an hour before I can make dinner. Anyway.
And copy that into the clipboard.
Let's,
This lets me take it
let's
between
switch to
different documents.
Butthead
I can now
and
paste that into another
finish the fight.
MacPaint document, or I'm going to quit MacPaint, and we'll even paste this into a word processing
There's like
document.
a ton of detail on his hair.
Randy Wigington is now going to show us the MacWrite word processor.
Let's hope I don't go nuts doing this.
As incredible as MacPaint is, it's really nothing compared to the quick draw routines that it's
Also-
nothing compared to the quick draw routines that Bill wrote for the ROM, and he also wrote for Lisa. If it weren't for Bill, none of us would be up here on this stage. So I'd like to thank him for that.
And then this could be just a cheaty bit so I can see it.
No. No, it's a lot more interesting than a word processor. The whole thrust behind Mac is to make everything easy to use and very visually oriented. As Steve said, we didn't want you to remember a lot of escape/command Z's or anything like that. The whole idea is that whatever you see on the screen is what you're going to get on the printed page, and we wanted things to be simple and easy to use. With
Eyebrow could
MacWrite,
serve
even
as
though
a
there's a lot of features, they're all very easy to use.
base for some of these
For
hairs.
example, to type, all you
Yeah,
do is you
that's
simply
perfect,
point the mouse
actually.
somewhere, you click, and you start typing. Now you type, no great feat. You can also, however, go up and change the style. I'm going to type some underline text. You can also type lowercase letters. Additionally, you not only have a choice of changing all the styles, but you can additionally change the size of any font that you're dealing in. I'm going to go to a larger font. Additionally, we have a large choice of fonts. All of these fonts come provided with each disc. One of my favorites is London, which is Old English. This is wonderful for writing letters to Mom. Sure, really thinks you're getting a classic education this way. Another font that is one of my favorites is the one called San Francisco. This is used for Apple's new program called Cons Can't Wait. This isn't a very successful con. It has problems. You'll notice here that we have a document that was formatted with left and right margins. However, you haven't so far seen a way to control those. The way we do that is through the use of rulers. A ruler affects the format of the text from it up to the next ruler. If I simply say show rulers, we can see the ruler that's formatting all of this text.
Yeah, I think this is
We have choice. We
working.
have left margin in the first line indent. Over here we have a right margin.
Doesn't really
Here we have
show
a tab
that they're
stop.
the same
Here we have three
stroke.
buttons that determine the spacing of your
Anyway, let me
document.
just, like,
Single spaced,
keep doing
1.5
this until it's
spaced,
done.
or double spaced. You simply click on the box that you want to format the text according to your desires. We have center justify, right justify, or fill justify, where your margins are fully justified on both sides. We wanted you to see the printer image. The printing routines that were written by Owen Densmore do all the printing magic, so I can't claim credit there. Here is a table that we entered earlier. Additionally, we wanted you to be able to format tables featuring numerics and normal text and be able to change these and edit these as you wanted. We have two types of tabs, normal tabs and decimal tabs. These are tab wells that I can get extra tabs from. Here's a decimal tab. A decimal tab right justifies text up to a decimal point. Notice that this column, all of the decimal points are lined up. If we simply point at the tab, move it, and let go, the column will reformat underneath the new tab stop. Move it back. This is pretty useful for formatting tables and things like that. Well, earlier, Bill made a picture, and a picture's worth 1,000 words, and we thought we wanted to be able to handle that. So if you simply point and click, we can go ahead and paste, and the picture will now appear in the middle of your word processor document. This is pretty useful for illustrations and graphs and things like that. If you click on it, you can form a box around that. You can move the picture around. You can make your picture real small, make it real large. Fish is still ugly. We'll just make it look like a sardine.
God, I hope
one feature I
the,
forgot to cover was if you
we don't
wish to
get like
replace
little
some text,
bits
for
of
example, you wish
dough
to have this
trapped
letter
in
written to
this.
trout rather than squid, you simply select the text you want
Maybe
to
I
type
should
in,
try to
and you
make
type
it so that
the
doesn't
replacement.
happen.
Nothing else to remember. You can also go back.
That'd be
and
really
change any
nasty
fonts anytime
if
you want.
there was
You
like
can
bits
select
of
all
cookie
this,
dough that you
just
couldn't
put
get
all
out.
that in the,
No one would want to use
San
them
Francisco
again.
font. That's my favorite. And we can also make it all large. We can underline it. If you make a mistake at any time, no matter what you've done, you can always go back to the edit menu and select undo. And it will tell you what you're undoing, and we'll go back to the way it was before. If, for example, you had a lot of this selected, and as happens sometimes, your cat jumps on the keyboard, types that, you simply go up and you say undo, and you're back to where you were. We wanted to make it pretty forgiving so that you wouldn't curse at me later. Okay, thank you.
Do we have any questions we might be able to help answer? Yes, in the front.
Sound generation. What is the chip, and how can we get information on writing music software for this?
Great. I'd like to ask Burl to talk a little bit about the hardware, and for Andy to talk a little bit about the software. Burl?
We don't use any particular integrated circuit. Rather, the sound generation hardware is fully integrated in with the logic and timings of the machine. In addition, there's software support that provides up to 4 voices of sound with 24-bit sound pitch control or speech that you heard today.
So basically the way it works as far as the hardware is concerned, Burl is fetching every 44 microseconds. He fetches an 8-bit value and throws it into a digital to analog converter, and it was up to me to make that easy to use and generate pitches out of that. So the way it sort of works is the sound driver wakes up at the end of every video screen and computes the next 370 values to fill the buffer with. It can do this in a variety of ways. The most common way is to use what we call the 4-voice sound generator. You can specify 4 totally different independent waveforms and a 24-bit pitch value for those sounds. And it will generate 4 simultaneous tones to do music type stuff. Of course, that isn't enough to do. That's great for doing periodic type sounds like music. But to generate speech, such as you heard demonstrated today, you need to be able to pump long waveforms through the speaker. So the sound driver also permits you to pump arbitrary waveforms scaled to any frequency rate through the speaker.
Okay, next. Yeah, in the back there.
Do you have an intermediate letter quality printer? Could you talk about the laser printer and the dot matrix?
Question is, do we have an intermediate letter quality printer? The answer to that is yes and no. I'll handle the no first. No, we don't have one. Because we don't believe in them. We believe in letter quality output, but we believe in getting that through much higher resolution dot printing, such as a laser printer. The Macintosh hardware supports letter quality printing, and some people like Microsoft are going to probably support daisy wheel printers. The problem is, how do you print the fish with a daisy wheel printer? And how do you print Old English with a daisy wheel printer? Let me ask Owen Densmore to jump in. Since Owen wrote all the printing for Macintosh and Lisa, he's like a printing guru.
I'm not too sure what the question is, other than are we going to do something like that? The most important thing from my standpoint, and the largest challenge I faced when I worked on the Macintosh, was really to design the printing interface so it was a miniature application running inside the host program. It's fully configurable. It's rather easy conceptually anyway. You stay up a lot of nights working it out, as my family can attest. But it's a very configurable design. The idea being that if a given application sorely needs a daisy wheel printer to make the revolution happen, it will happen. Unfortunately, it's not very much fun, and Bill gets to have all this great time, you see, with this, with his graphic program. And I don't want to be left out, so I want to go after color.
I'm gonna make a brush.
After higher
This is
resolution.
getting annoying.
I want to go after typesetters. I think that there's a big need for typesetting applications in the industry, and I think we're going to do that. I think that really is going to be more interesting.
One final note, if you look at the output that you get off a $500 image writer printer, it's pretty amazing. And we can't stand up in here and say it's letter quality printer, letter quality output that you might want to send out of a legal office, but with the exception of those kind of very high-end applications, you'd be surprised at how good it is. And the beauty of the fonts, in many cases, makes up for the slight lack of resolution. You ought to take a look at it. It's pretty good. Anything else? Yes.
Do you have any information on the new assembler for it that'll be available like in the third quarter?
The question was, do we have any information on a new assembler that will be available for the quarter? I guess come grab one of us after the meeting. Try to fill you in on all that stuff. Yes.
What about communication with existing 8-bit software and 8-bit programs to interface them with using MacWrite, for instance, actually in both directions? How will it accept like an ASCII file?
Randy?
The terminal emulation program is coming from Apple in the very near future. That will allow you to bring files over. Of course, they won't have the formatting information since no one else does that right now.
Yes.
I have a couple of questions about the word processor. First of all, with the justification that you were demonstrating, it always affected the entire document. Now, most of the time, you wouldn't want to center the entire document. You might just want to center a header over the top, and then just leave the rest of the thing formatted. I wanted to see how that was done.
Do you have any other questions?
Trout with squid, which was very conveniently also 5 letters. What if you wanted to change it to halibut or...
Oh, these are hard questions. You can do whatever you like. Okay, any other questions? Yes.
What's the development environment? If we want to develop software for the Macintosh, do we get the Lisa 2s and do it there? Is it the same tools environment that's available on the Lisa?
What's the development environment, Steve Caps?
Currently, we're developing all the software in Lisa, and we have this downloading program that you download your programs onto the Mac, and there's a debugging terminal that can be anything that talks ASCII. So you could get by with a Lisa and a Macintosh. In the future, we will hopefully be totally Macintosh-based.
Development language Pascal? Do you have
we have Pascal and 68,000 assembly language. We have versions of C up on the Macintosh. I'm not sure when they'll be available.
Yes.
Earlier you mentioned how you were not going to abandon the Lisa 1 pioneers. What about the Apple IIe pioneers?
There's some question is, what about all the people that own Apple IIes? I would first of all say that you own the most popular serious personal computer of all time, number one. Number two, I think that statement's going to be true 3 years from now. See, the real interesting question is, when will we sell more of these in a quarter or in a month than we do Apple IIes or follow-on Apple II products? And I don't think that's going to be 1984, and I don't think it's going to be 1985. We sold 100,000, actually about 110,000 IIes in December. What happened was we had sort of a flat October, because it's hard to compete against a product that doesn't exist. The minute that PC Junior was introduced, our sales went through the roof. And I think you're going to see an incredible commitment to the Apple II on the part of ourselves and that third-party community. We're spending as much R&D on the Apple II family as we are on the Apple 32-bit family. And as you've seen, we have the mouse on the Apple II. It actually runs pull-down menus in a sort of simplified version of Paint that Bill helped someone else do. And you're going to see a lot of stuff on the II. You're going to see some very exciting things in 1984 on the II, because we're really committed to that product. Yeah. A matter of fact, there's someone here tonight that we might want to bring up here that had a lot to do with the Apple II. Boz? Oz flew in from Seattle. We didn't know he was coming, and he just showed up here, and he's here. Any other questions? Yes. Do we have a spreadsheet program for Mac? Microsoft has announced a multi-plan for Macintosh, and it's in the stores now. And Lotus has announced 1.2.3 for Macintosh, and it's in their development labs now. Yes.
What about the availability for other things from Apple? You've mentioned, 27 computers every second, or one computer every 27 seconds. When are we going to get software?
The question was, when are you going to get software?
Mac terminal, logo, editors, everything from Apple.
As you know, the word processor and Paint are available now. We are rolling out the terminal program, I believe, in February, Mac Terminal. Mac Pascal is, I believe, March. Mac Logo, I think, is slipped. We've got a version of BASIC, which is really hot, that we've also slipped on probably in the May, June timeframe at the latest, although Microsoft's version of BASIC is going to be on the shelves within 30 days. Oh, it's available now. Oh, great. Great. Better. Any from the real back? Yeah, just stand up because we can't see you.
See color in a monitor in the near future.
Yeah.
And secondly, do you see a 3.5-inch diskette as a handicap in a 5-inch world?
Okay. The first question was, do we see a 3.5-inch diskette as a handicap? Clearly, we do not. We're storing, as we said, 400 bytes of information on one side of the diskette. You can throw these things, you can take them, and I would never do that with a 5.25-inch floppy, and I bet that diskette will still work. They're really tightly protected. They don't need these ridiculous jackets. They're very high capacity, and they're very reliable, and will allow us to build smaller and smaller products in the future. So we're really happy with that decision, so happy that we converted all of the leases over to it. And you can expect that all future 32-bit products from Apple will use that technology for floppy diskette storage. On the color side, we had a very interesting challenge and a choice. We knew how to do low-resolution color, which is the kind that you can get on current-generation personal computers. And we had a breakthrough on how to do high-resolution, high-definition black and white. And as you can see from the Macintosh display, it's very high-definition. We could not figure out a way to take very high-definition color, which currently sells for $15,000 to $20,000, and figure out how to put it in a box that would sell for $2,500. We don't think there's a way to do it today. So the question was, should we go with low-resolution color, which you really don't want to stare at all day, or high-definition black and white? And we chose the latter because there are a group of technologies converging around black and white. As an example, the technology that lets us do the very high-definition CRT in Macintosh. Secondly, someday we hope to put a Macintosh in a book with flat panel technology, which will most certainly be initially monochromatic.
That one angle.
And the
Fuck!
third is that laser printing technology is going to be monochromatic initially as well. So there appears to be a lot of these high-resolution black and white technologies converging in the next 3 or 4 years, which are going to allow us to blossom that out into a complete system. Someday there'll be color, and as a matter of fact, Bill built color into QuickDraw from day one. But the types of products for the next 24 months are going to be monochromatic. What's that? Animation, that's a great word. Software for animation? Andy?
Mac is capable of doing some incredible animation, and I'm sure you'll see some amazing animation editors working. Bill Budge is working on some games for Mac that I'm sure will blow your mind. Steve Capps wrote the Alice chess game, which you can see sometimes, which does some amazing 3D animation.
You don't happen to have that, do you? No? You got it? Yeah. Oh, go get it, yeah. Great. Yes.
I can see where MacWrite would be much easier to learn than WordStar, but once you know all the commands, which would be faster, using the cursor or using the command?
The question is, after you become an expert, is the mouse still a feature or a handicap? Would anybody like to answer that, or you want me? Anybody else?
It depends a lot on the individual user. I'm sure different people will prefer different things. I think all of us up here who've had experience with the mouse far prefer using the mouse to cursor keys.
Absolutely. The question, there's a few questions. First of all, we've got to do traditional things better with the mouse, and then we've got to do the untraditional things. Now, we all know that it's hard to draw a fish with cursor keys. So we can start off there. The second thing is that even after you become an expert, we've done a lot of testing, it does take some extra time to get off of the keyboard and find the mouse, and then get back to the keyboard in home position once you've used the mouse. But even with that delay, it is faster, number one. And number two, after you've selected something, the chances are extremely high that you want to act on that selection, i.e. go up to the top of the screen and the menu bar. And since you're already on the mouse, if you add up both of those, it's much, much faster than cursor keys, in addition to being able to draw fish. Yes.
Will students in universities that aren't in this elite consortium also be allowed to buy the Macintosh for $1,000?
The question is, will students who go to schools that are not part of this consortium be allowed to buy the Macintosh for $1,000? The answer is no.
Why not?
Because we go broke. We are currently trying to broaden that program out to probably a larger number of schools in a second-generation program. But we're not ready to roll on that right now, and certainly every school has called us about it. So we're in the process of figuring out exactly what to do. But we, again, our goal is to get these to tens of millions of people. And we know that college students can't necessarily afford $2,500 in that point in their life. So we're going to try some creative solutions to that. Yes?
Could we have Woz talk about the future of the Apple II?
Sure.
Just vaguely and generally, future of the Apple II? Right, we've got some of the most excited, Apple enthusiasts in our personal computer systems division, of which I'm a part, and we're working on some absolutely great, what we believe are great revolutionary changes in the world coming out of our division. We've got several great products on the way for this year, not all computers. And, well, I can't say too much more because I'll be specifically describing products in the works.
Yeah.
I own 4 Apple IIs. What about upgrading those to 2Es?
Upgrading Apple IIs to 2Es, I'm still hoping that someone does it, and I'm pushing for it, because a 2E has been around for about a year, and maybe it's been seen for a year before that by some developers, but a lot of the features of the 2E that went beyond the 2 Plus don't get used right away because there's no really mass market. The software does not use double high, and it does not use the extended memory of the 2E. That software is about to start appearing, eventually, but it turns out the whole Apple market strongly is very supportive of its prior customers and the people who bought the 2 Pluses, and that's been the nature of things. So the 2E software has not really started appearing yet. In other words, using features of the 2E that don't work on your 2 Plus. When that happens, there may be a need for a card.
Way in the back there. Yeah. No, you.
2 questions. How are you getting video out of the Mac onto the screen? And do you have a version of Smalltalk that works?
2 questions. One, how are we getting the video out? And second, do we have a version of Smalltalk? We're getting the video out. We add a little board inside the Macintosh that allows us to bring out video. Unfortunately, the Macintosh, fortunately, the Macintosh's screen is very high resolution. What that means is you can't plug it into an ordinary TV. And so we didn't spend the extra, $10 it would cost to build a video output into each Macintosh because nobody'd have anything to hook it up to anyway. So for those people that really need it, we can do a special version which has an output, which is what's feeding this projector. In terms of Smalltalk, Bruce Horn actually has implemented several Smalltalks. He was at Xerox PARC at an early age, and I'll let him talk about that.
Well, none of us are really working on a version of Smalltalk, but I can say that there's going to be a version of Pascal that has a lot of the good qualities of Smalltalk that Think Technologies is doing, and I hardly recommend that. I'm sure that somebody will do a version of Smalltalk for it at some point, but for the time being, I think the Think Technologies thing is the greatest in the world.
Yes, the one I missed before. Right, you, quick stand up. No, not, see, you missed it again.
Your Apple III family, which is sort of fallen by the wayside, it seems. Is there going to be a 2E emulation mode for the 3? Is there going to be continued support for the 3? What's going to happen?
Is there going to be continued support for the Apple III? Is that what you're calling you? I think that was your question. No, seriously. We're shipping about 2,500 Apple IIIs a month, And 80% of those are going to people that already own Apple IIIs, which means two things. One, the 3 is a pretty niche product, and two, people are really happy with them. So we anticipate making 3s until the cows come home. With the upgrade of ProDOS on the Apple II software environment is now much closer to the Apple III software environment, and you're going to see much more of a migration of software between those two. So I think the 3's got a pretty long life ahead of it. It's probably the 4th largest selling product in the industry right now, and we sort of look at it as our big brother to the Apple II. Do we have any more questions for the software group up here rather than sort of general marketing ones while they're here? Yeah, right up there. Does Macintosh do multitasking or not? Who wants to answer that one? Andy?
Macintosh does a sort of limited form of multitasking. We allow, as you've seen, these little desk accessory programs such as the calculator and the puzzle we were running. The application yields time to the desk accessories to allow them to run concurrently with the current application, but right now we have too limited a memory to permit huge programs to run simultaneously. I think probably you'll see something like that in the future.
No!
Yes.
Yeah, this is also bad. Cause,
when you ask about multiprocessing, one of the things you have to keep in mind is what you're really looking for. For example, in printing, it's possible to use it as a background, foreground, put it in that kind of usage. So, for example, in printing, and in many
these
other
things are
places throughout
floating
the
off
system,
the ground.
we use something called an idle procedure, a procedure that's passed into other packages that will be called at times when the first one is busy. I know that wasn't too clear, but the idea being that by using something more like a coroutine, you get many of the features of multiprocessing for free. So to be very specific, when you look at multi-plan, you'll notice that when you're printing, the application comes back to you and you still edit it. And that coroutine type mechanism will give you that type of multiprocessing.
Okay, 1 or 2 last questions, and we got to turn it back over to Jonathan. Yes, right, sir.
Are you going to see more than 128K in one drive in the Mac?
Will there ever be more than 128K in one drive in a Mac? Yes and no. Burl has designed the board to accept 256K RAM chips in addition to the 64K RAM chips. So someday when we can get a large enough supply of 256K RAMs, there will be a 512K Mac, and there will be an upgrade path for all the existing owners to bring in their digital board and swap it out for a 512K digital board at a certain price. And that's going to be real exciting.
It's not like
probably
clipping
be about
enough
1985,
through.
hopefully in the
There's
first
gaps.
half when we can do that. In terms of the second disk drive, we're not going to build a second disk drive in a Mac for 2 or 3 reasons. First of all, we don't want everyone to have to pay for a second disk drive when only some people will use it, so the people that will use it can get an outboard disk drive. Secondly, it would increase the weight in terms of it being a transportable small product, and we didn't want to do that. The third thing is some people may choose to get an add-on Winchester, a direct connect Winchester, rather than a second disk drive, and why burden them with having to pay for the second disk drive? So I think that we'll stick with one disk drive. Again, I think sometime maybe, in the first half of 1985, we might be able to go to double-sided drives. And obviously, again, we'll provide some sort of upgrade path for the existing owners. It's hard to tell right now. One last question. Over there.
Okay. You have wonderful graphics, word processor, spreadsheets. Do you have any plans for a database management system?
Do we have any plans for a database management system? A lot of people have plans for a database management system on Macintosh. Yeah, I think you'll see half a dozen of them by fall. Okay. Thank you very much. And
Fuck you. That's what I say.
remember that when you use a Macintosh, these are the people that did it. And they're sort of hiding out in that ROM. Thanks.
was a little bit surprised. I come out here and I noticed, you know, different pieces of
There's
software,
just like too
different
much shit
brands,
in the way now.
than I'll see on the West Coast. So it's obvious to me that the marketing of software is generally regional for a lot of stuff.
What road you have out there that you might not get here just for the hell of it?
I have no idea, but I can't remember specifically. How can I remember? Because I go
different
through so
types
many
of-
hundreds of pieces of software. Also, but it's just in my travels out here. It's usually I'm surprised because it's different, you know, similar pieces, but I never even heard of them, which surprises me. And also, and yet they are in the duplicates, and they're just not in the, you know, and I haunt the stores back there.
Where are your most excited users? In which part of the country?
Most excited? They're actually everywhere, and generally you can be out in some of the most just rural, you know, areas of Kansas, and you discover there's a huge Apple following out there. We're in Silicon Valley, and you know, it seems to go up and down. It almost depends which group you're in with and which stores they haunt.
Do you do a lot of traveling for Apple now?
No, matter of fact, I do a ton of traveling, but it's all for myself because I feel that we sprung from a bunch of people who got together like this and shared. I need this. What kind of hardware is around? And it's good. So I go about maybe once a month on the average for the last few years. I go anywhere in the country to clubs that invite me to speak and shows and all, and I just tell them a lot of the stories of how we got started and where we stand, and I answer all questions, and I do it at my own expense because I don't really want to feel like I'm being paid to tell a story exactly the way Apple's public relations department wants it told. I just tell it the way it is.
Can you tell us anything about that Rana 8088 that you're that's coming out?
I can't talk much about that. No. It's you know, I'm looking forward to it, but I really do see the 68000 as my personal interest in growth paths and not the 8088 or 8086. Matter of fact, I was instrumental in taking a hard line against the 8086 for our Lisa machine before the 68000 came out when we were trying to decide which processor. And I was proposing some bit slice arrangements of my own, and we didn't go too far on that before the 68000 was much more, it was there and it was much better.
Will it be possible, since the motherboard of the 2E has got room, to be able to put a 68000 chip and utilize and update Apple 2E that way? Or let's say an updated
we're so
Apple
strongly
version.
into any Apple II product we come out with. Building in a coprocessor is a little bit too radical for us. We take very small steps, so we're extremely compatible with what went before. We don't take a major extreme step that's much better, but not compatible with what happened before. It can be done. I think a more logical way to get there is Apple IIs always have slots. Maybe a specific Apple II that is designed with a special slot for 8086 cards and 80 and 68000 cards. For some reason, a special slot might be added that supports those cards better.
We have a font editor.
This is looking pretty good.
Fonts.
Look at that.
Named Susan Kerr.
That's like almost there. Okay. This is almost done.
Really small ones.
Like,
I would assume over
there's
100,
like 10 minutes
120.
more of this.
And 9
No, I think
font
it's
is the smallest font that we have.
over for me.
72 is the largest that we've tried.
Maybe I should order dinner.
Anybody can design any fonts that they want. You know, we're going to be distributing a font editor to users groups. It's not a perfectly polished program, but we market. And yeah, you can design your own, and with this font mover, you can move them into your system, and then they're accessible to all the programs. It's basically, we have a system where fonts
Let me not miss any shit like
files,
that
and every program
before
knows to
I
look
hand
there
it over
for
to the
files.
3D printer.
What if I wanted to make a little newspaper that had 2 columns with very tiny print? Would that be
Okay, the
possible?
word processor right now doesn't do columnar word wraparound, which is what you ideally want, right? You want, once you've gotten to the bottom of the page here, to be able to wrap around up there. There are word processors that are coming out, I'm sure, that will be doing that. This current one doesn't support.
But on the screen, could you put 2 columns? You could let's
You certainly could. Sure. Sure. Yeah. No, actually, I worked on the mouse lesson, which is the first thing that anybody's going to be using. It's a little demo program that teaches mouse dexterity, pointing, and clicking techniques.
You did?
It's just a challenge in showing off a machine to a simple user.
You made mouse practice?
Machines that will be both 220 and 110.
For security, like in the power supplier,
Was that for mouse practice? I remember mouse practice.
Probably, I'm not sure. Something like that'll be available, although it's possible.
Was it the same mouse demo?
And they'll see what they can do. But
But if people do go for that,
every Mac from day one supports
I
the
have to find
international
out.
market through lots of different character sets. All our programs are easily translatable. Here's something that we didn't tell you, but the same facility that lets you translate your applications to different languages allows you to customize your applications to your own needs. So you can actually change the menu items to be whatever you like them to be for yourself.
That's the resource editor, which isn't
that's the resource editor.
Yeah.
It's available now to developers, but right now it's not polished enough to make it. Right now you can use it to kill yourself.
It's okay. I'm planning on being a developer.
Yeah, so develelers get it, but you have to be a knowledgeable, sophisticated user right now to avoid changing something you shouldn't change. You know, in other words, it's the hacker's joy. Yeah, that's right. 1960. And we have lots of fun with it, just changing.
They're like
programs from other people. We can change around the menus and the icons and the dialogues. It's a lot of fun.
Going to be able to design your own.
Actually, you're responsible for designing an icon. When you produce an application, you have to put in this special part of the file, the icons for the Finder to use for your program. And yeah, we have some funny icons. He's done some.
I believe Apple
I hope we can get out.
did all this shit first, and everyone just copied them.
Oh, sure. Where are the icons?
We're in storing them right now.
Okay, what happens is they're stored in the resource part of an application file. When the Finder comes in, it recognizes an application it's never seen before. It pulls those.
Oh my god, these look awesome.
Yeah, the Finder sort of says, hey, I've never seen this guy before, looks inside it and finds its icons and pulls it out into one of its own internal files. So it doesn't have to keep all the applications open. Just copies the parts of it needs, mainly the icons, into this file called desktop. And
look how close this is.
Even when the disk is not in there, you can still display the icons, etc.
Once you want to do something that's going to require the disk, then you're in trouble because you have to get the disk back
You're not in trouble. It will just ask you to stick the disk back in. It says, please insert the disk, and it gives you the name of the disk. We did that because we realized that a lot of people have two-drive software, but we wanted it to run on a single drive if the human was willing to be the multiplexer.
Confused if both disks have the same name.
And,
sorry.
So, you can do that. It works, even though it's a little bit of a pain in the neck to swap disks so many times.
What do you think is the most? Oh, you have a question?
I'd say build up your wrists.
Oh. He's the guy who wrote that amazing chess program that you saw on the screen, as well as the Finder program and lots of other stuff.
The sort of perspective view.
Yeah. The neatest thing I think about that is the fact that it's so vanilla that they're, all I do is call Bill Atkinson's routines, and most games you sweat your brain out trying to make the thing so tuned. Like Bill Budge when he writes his games, he's squeezing every last drop out of that machine, and that's squeezing maybe 10% of the machine. And so people that are maniacs that are going to stay up all night squeezing the last drop out of the machine are going to blow that out of the water. So,
and also people with just good ideas but who don't want to develop the technical skill it takes to be an assembly language hacker will still be able to write great games because we've done all the hard graphics work for them.
Including the animation.
Including the very fast and powerful graphics it takes to do the animation.
Because it looks like you could do...
You still have to be a good artist. Like, I can't draw pictures like that. And you need to find someone who can to make a really pretty game.
Someone will market a picture library. So the traditional games have very small amount of definition in their objects because they're very small objects typically, and you can't tell.
Yeah, you can animate, I'd say, 3 or 4 or 5 square inches with no problems at all on this thing. And if you really
Bill
got
figured he can draw in. Bill Budge was working on this space shuttle animator, and he figures he can draw the full screen with a very complex image over 10 times a second.
And this is...
Yeah. That's how many polygons? 64 polygons?
That's tons of polygons.
Real animation? Tons of polygons.
Oh, yeah.
Right. So can you do similar to sprites? Like
better than sprites because it's all software based. You're not limited by the artificial restrictions of in sprites. You're just your imagination is the only thing that really limits you.
The one thing, there's an alternate screen that you can be painting this screen off. This one's being displayed, and then in a fraction of a second, faster than the eye can see, you can switch to the other one. So yeah,
just like the Apple II.
So that way you get,
How many do you have? Just 2?
Just 2. 2 is all you ever need, right? Because while one's being displayed, you paint the other one.
Right. Yeah. So if you can't paint it with frame times a 60th of a second, if you can't paint your image that fast, you can paint it a little bit slower, but do the flip, which is instantaneous. So you don't see
synchronously.
You don't see any
glitches or flashing. You can sort of plug into the video heartbeat of the system. The system, you can arrange for the system to call you every time during vertical retrace, which is an excellent time to do display updating because, you know, the video's not active then, and do incredible smooth animation, never flickers.
So
interrupt support. Can you get?
Oh, it's fully interrupt driven, asynchronous I/O.
Because the original Lisa had that problem that it wasn't easy to get to interrupts. I hear.
It's reasonably straightforward. You
it
have to know what
should
you're
be
doing,
like-
and it's real easy to crash things if you do something wrong.
Right. Oh, it's
But
easy to
as long as you
crash
follow the conventions that are well defined, you can do whatever you want.
The best one is if you shut off interrupts, the mouse stops moving.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Got the hint that that might happen since you can move the mouse around while it's turned into a watch and doing disc reads.
Oh yeah.
Well, there's people that claim you can't do cursors on mice without hardware support.
That's nothing.
Yeah, I write ColecoVision cartridges part-time, so that's why I'm asking
Yeah,
questions
yeah.
about sprites and all
I
that
wonder
stuff.
if that'll be too sharp this
Nothing to me
corner.
beats a straight bitmap and a fast processor.
Yeah.
Because all of a sudden the limitations go away.
That's what's not in that chip, but
Right.
there are some neat things in there.
These
Video
might be really
digitizers,
pointy.
Cheap video
Maybe I
digitizers
should
let people capture any
calm
image
the
that they see in the
corners
world
down.
and put it on the screen.
Yeah,
and
that's
edit
true.
it.
You're gonna be pushing your finger through this, so I don't
Yeah,
want
some amazing
it to
video
hurt.
digitization stuff. And what he's going to do is provide
Let
to
me,
the public, such as this
soften
Computer
this a
Society
bit.
discs full of flip art. Just images
Yeah,
that
you're
you
gonna be
can
pushing
paste
your
into
finger like
documents.
there,
like a
there.
fake book for graphic artists
Yeah,
or something,
exactly.
or old.
So you'll see that.
Dover sells all those copyright-free
This
designs.
corner less sharp.
We'll put a bunch of that stuff in the public domain, and I imagine a lot of artists will want to do some real fancy ones and sell them.
In fact, somebody's selling clip art for the Lisa right now.
Right now?
Pascal is
And just stick in a disc and take the images you want.
Just
and
like-
put something else in. Okay.
Alright.
Well, thanks very much for your kind explanations.
What's with the feet, by the way? He actually, for Christmas, he bought the entire software group shoes like this. I like them.
They're great.
Yeah.
Can you can't buy them here?
I've never seen them.
They're sort of like
No.
They're sort of like
Thought I
scissors.
upscaled it. Oh, I
Well, they
see.
have high top. The name of the shoe
Because
is
I
Vans.
Put in a plug for Vans.
You can buy them here? Oh, okay.
What everybody's wearing now are white high-top sneakers, unlaced.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
If they fall off?
No,
I guess not.
No, they have them very carefully. Well, no, they're laced, but they're not tied tightly.
Oh, okay, I see.
They're very carefully, very artistically placed.
All right, we gotta.
They're untied.
God, we're behind.
I know, we gotta start a new trend here.
Okay, that video is over, so. Alright, that looks less sharp now. Alright, I think I'm gonna end this stream. Yeah, seems like a good time. But thank you for watching, and I will, when these are finished, I'll make a community post for the 3D model. Although maybe I won't do it until after we make the cookies, because I don't know if the 3D model is good. So ETA on the models is like, I don't know, 3-4 days maybe. Depends. It could take less actually. Maybe if I finish this tonight, that would be great if I could. Well, I could finish it tomorrow, and I could just like we could. Oh, but if I finish it tonight, then maybe we could print it tonight. Well, maybe that's not necessary. Maybe we could print it tomorrow night after the stream. Joe is cute. Thanks. Yeah. This isn't done, but I don't really feel like working out anymore. I'm just like, so Sorry, I know I said I should have ended the stream already. This weird butthead. Oh, now it's selecting this. Alright. What was I saying? Probably will have them printed on probably have them printed on Thursday, and probably will be busy until Friday. So I think Friday will be the day. Yeah, if the cookies don't turn out well because of the mold being bad, then I might not release them. We'll see. But anyway, these are like 90% finished, so I'm gonna end the stream now. Thank you for watching.